Wow, hello! Good morning, afternoon, and evening. Still sleepy, but I'm alive. Hi, Ranger. I saw Blur as well. Yeah, sleep. It's been, what, 2 days? I've forgotten how to talk. I've been talking with my parents too much. My brain's like, no more speaking. No speaking. No speaking. Good morning. It is 12 p.m. here, but close enough. English musukashi. Ego musukashi. Good afternoon, the Great Return. Hi, Zan, the Great Return. Oh my goodness. Not too many exciting stories. Yesterday was a visit with, like, I guess technically a great uncle. Never met before. They're nice enough, but they did hit me with the whole, like, because I was talking about Iduna and the aunt, what was her name? Great Aunt Jane or something like that was like, oh, like, yeah, that's nice that you have friends nearby. And the uncle's like, yeah, but her friend's married and she's not. I'm like, here we go. Here we go. They are, like, apparently, like, very religious. So, like, did not let a peep slip about gender or sexuality stuff. So I'm like, like time to talk about this in the most roundabout terms. Mama, Papa, and Alice were nice enough covering for me, though. It's like, well, you know, as I always, Mama Mouse is like, oh, well, as I always tell her, it's better to be alone than stuck in a relationship you really don't want. And I'm like, yeah, you know, friends will be like, oh, just give them a chance. And I'm like, okay, well, for how long if I don't feel like a spark? Like 1 month, 2 months, 3 months? How long do I wait? It was funny too, because Papa Melis brought up my streams, but he doesn't really know what streams are. He's like, you're doing something on the internet, aren't you? Like radio show, podcast, something like that. And like the extended family are all looking at me. I'm like, yeah. And like there's this like awkward silence. You can hear a pin drop. I'm like, I'm not elaborating. I'm not giving you guys the URL. I'm taking that to the grave. I love the Diana radio show, right? It was the best way I could think of to explain to an older generation what I technically do. Because, like, my parents know what anime is, but, like, I had a hard enough time explaining. I tried to explain to one older coworker what VTubing was, and even with the whole, like, you know, like, saying like digital avatar and all that stuff, completely beyond them. When I said like, oh yeah, like I stream and play games on the internet, they're like, what? You do testing? Like debug testing or like something like that? Like companies pay you? And I'm like, no. Like just the concept of streaming, unless they have, I think, like a Gen Z or a Gen Alpha kid, is just completely beyond normies. So I'm like, yeah, I do this stuff, but I'm taking this to the grave. You guys don't. Some people tell their parents and let their parents watch them, and that's fine. And I'm like, nah, man. Like, I didn't let you guys read the fanfics I wrote. There's no way I'm letting you guys watch me stream. Gotta show them with a PowerPoint presentation to teach them. Oh my god. It's funny you say that because, one of the bigger VTubers I follow, he actually used a PowerPoint presentation to tell his parents why he was going to leave, because he was like doing like cancer research and stuff like that, and he's like, he did a PowerPoint presentation to explain to his parents why he was quitting that job to do streaming full time, because, like, you know, the money was like ended up being much better. Like, if you're one of those, like, you know, 0.5% of like Twitch top streamers, like, yeah, there's very little in terms of like another job that will make you that much money. So unless you're passionate about whatever your main career was, why not jump ship? Like, you can only, as long as you keep up with like the side, whatever, like your skills, you could technically always go back. But yeah, wasn't a terrible visit. Got a whole bunch of free food, so hey. Finishing off one of Papa Malice's muffins right now. Just do both. Be a cancer researcher VTuber. I forget his name off the top of my head. But there is a VTuber that I follow who is actually like a doctor, like an internal medicine specialist or something like that. And once in a blue moon, he'll do posts. It's like, ask an internal like specialist anything. Like, I'm actually a doctor. Like, he's like his VTuber model is a doctor, but he is also actually a doctor. Share 'em brownies? Maybe next time. I know the recipe, so I can make them whenever at least. Though the ones I always make didn't have almonds in them, sometimes adding nuts and other stuff in can throw off the balance of a recipe, but yeah, but fortunately it wasn't a bad visit. I was worried for a minute because the minute I walked into the house, it feels very rude to say it, but you know that overpowering old person smell? Where you're like, is that mothballs? Is that just, like, what is that? Like, and it just doesn't feel great, like, or smell great. I'm like, oh no. I'm like, I don't know if I could last hours here. But whatever the smell was, I either adjusted to it or it dissipated. Fortunately, I was like, oh no. Because I'm really sensitive to smells, and if, like, my body's like, oh, this is a bad smell, like, instantly the gag reflex kicks in. Which sucks. It does it for some of the dumbest things. Like, I bought Greek yogurt for the first time in a while, and Greek yogurt doesn't smell bad. It just has a strong smell, and my body was like, ugh. This is approved by Dr. Lou. Oh, hey, headphone. There we go. But yeah, I'm trying to think what else. What else was there? Nothing too crazy. Oh, right. We went out for dinner, and Papa Melis and Mama Melis are like, yeah, we went to the Keg, which is, expensive. And they're like, order whatever you want. Like, we're buying. I'm like, I want a burger. They're like, you're not gonna get a $50 steak? I'm like, no. $50 steak sounds too expensive. $50 is like a week's worth of groceries for me. I haven't had a burger in a while. I want a burger. Send us the $50 steak. That just happened to you too. My parents are at least careful with their money, but they are like the baby boomer Gen X generation where they did have an easier time accumulating wealth. And like Papa Melis gave me the brownies in that glass like tray, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, like if I'll transfer this into like some like plastic containers, so if you want to like stop by Sunday night or like Monday morning before you guys like head out of town, like I can clean it and give it back to you. And they're like, nah, it's okay. Like if we desperately need one before you visit in August, we'll just buy another one. I'm like, wow, must be nice to be rich. And they're like, I think those are $12. It's not like exactly being rich. I'm like, being able to spend money without thinking about it too much feels like being rich nowadays anyway. Like I work off the theory that I'm like, you're probably middle class, quote unquote rich if your paycheck comes in and like you don't even think about it. Like you don't even like think about like, can I buy this thing? If I buy this, is it gonna get declined? Woof. I dream of the day I could just buy stuff without thinking about my bank accounts, right? As horrible as it is, but that day will happen for me when my parents pass away. Because they did, I forget what kind of investments they are. But they did investments that will pay out to me when they die. And they're in like, the hundreds of thousands of dollars at this point. And I'm like, I understand those movies now. Those movies where, like, someone tries to speed along their inheritance by, like, staging the death of, like, a grandmother or something like that. I'm like, I finally understand those movies. Hi, Sexu. Yes, that it is very nice of them. It's the benefit of being like the youngest child / only child / the child that's actually kept good relations with the parents. Oh my god, Zanya got dragged out to dinner. You had to drive, didn't know other people were gonna be there. Fun. I mean, same energy when I went to like these relatives' place yesterday because originally it was supposed to be like, a brunch thing, and I'm like, cool. I'll have like my evening to myself, do whatever. And then Papa Melis texts me, it's like, hey, so they changed the time. It's like gonna be at 3 p.m. now. We're gonna get lunch at 11 anyway. Do you want to come? I'm like, no. Like, you've taken away my whole day. I had plans. I had chores. And they're like, when they finally like picked me up to go to the relatives, they're like, oh yeah, what'd you do with your Saturday? I'm like, chores. They're like, wow. I'm like, well, it's gotta get done at some point. Just like, And then, like, yeah, we were there until almost 8 p.m. It's that time of year where, like, the sun's setting later now. So I was like, oh yeah, we had dinner at, like, just around 5. It's probably, like, 6 p.m. now. It was almost 8. I'm like, shit. Relatives are like, do you guys want more food? And, like, I think my parents finally picked up on my body language. They're like, oh, no, we're good. We're gonna get going. I'm like, yeah, the cats are probably ready to, like, start crawling on the ceiling at this point because they haven't eaten in 8 hours. Like, I left a little bit of food out for them, but because they're supposed to be losing weight, I'm technically not supposed to leave food out for them unsupervised to make sure, one doesn't eat all the food and then, like, overeats. Yeah, like, sure enough, I'm trying to put the food away that I got in the fridge, and the cats are just at my ankles, like, ah! Like, I'm sorry, guys. Like, I know. Give me a sec. But yeah. Inheritance thing's funny, but I mean, like, who knows? Who knows, right? For all we know, Papa Mouse is gonna live until 100. So it's like, don't count your chickens before they hatch, kind of thing. And Mama Melis just retired, so in a perfect world, like, yeah, it's like, I'll see this money when I'm like 70 years old. And I'm like, cool, just in time to pay for, like, all of my, pay for my place in the retirement home. Get a nice grave, at least, for sure. And it's funny, because, like, I was talking about, like, oh yeah, like, it's, my generation can't really amass wealth kind of thing. And I was talking about, how Iduna and her husband got, like, a condo townhouse or whatever, and my parents are like, you would probably pay less in rent or, like, similar for a mortgage payment. I'm like, yes, you're right. The problem is gathering the money for a down payment and to purchase it. That's the issue people who are stuck chronically renting have. It's very difficult to scrape up the money. And then my frickin' relatives are like, well, that's what your parents are for. I'm like, my parents are people. They're not piggy banks. Like, they already do a lot for me. I'm not gonna, like, take advantage of them, like, to that extent. Down payments are, like, 2 times the rent price, right? Sometimes it depends. Like, yeah, there's down payment, but then you have to actually pay the rest of it. Sometimes, like, it's usually, like, over 10K people pay in down payments for, like, something like a condo, at least. I would have to ask Iduna what they did for their down payment, because I have no idea. I'm like, I can't even keep to, like, I try and, like, save money in a savings account and stuff keeps happening that I have to dip into it. I'm like, I have never even gotten over $300 in savings. There's no way I can get a down payment for whatever. Poor Zexu. Yeah. If it was, down payment was only twice the rent and I only had to scrape together $4,000, that would be wonderful. That would be doable. That's not what it's gonna be. Cause, like, yeah, that would be, the bare minimums. Like, say it was, like, the bare minimum was $4,000. But then you get into the bidding wars And then some rich kid with like his parents' backing will just like bid 12K on him, like when it was like originally 4K, he'll just bid 20K just to guarantee he gets it. And then it's like, well, fuck my life. Didn't know it's that much over there. Oh yeah, I mean, my aunt and uncle sold their house. Like, they got like a townhouse. They sold their townhouse outside of Toronto. Because they were gonna move out east to go be with my aunt's family. They bought it for... When they bought it, it was somewhere in the 100,000s. I don't know exactly, but they sold it for over $1 million. Because that's just how much cost of like property and stuff has gone up, even in the past like decade or so. I mean, different, it is indeed fun, and you are probably gonna be fine. Different, economies have different situations and all that stuff, so, like, comparatively, like, I looked up the price of apartments in Tokyo once on a whim because I was curious. And, they're still paying what would be, like, 600 Canadian dollars, and I'm like, be in Tokyo? That's crazy, because, in Toronto, the cheapest apartments are, like, 2,000 now, but you have to make conversions for, like, buying power, the cost of living, what wages are, and also, and the fact in Japan, the apartment is about the size of a closet. It's like... So we moving to Japan when? Not long term. Boomers become millionaires just by living in their homes, literally. Well, and that was the thing, right? Someone at some point got the brilliant idea of investment properties where you just buy a house and you wait for it to get expensive and then you sell the house and you profit. And it's like, you people suck. Well, and then speaking of Japan, there's also this thing that's been happening because there's like old abandoned houses in the countryside in Japan, and people are like, I'm gonna snatch this up. It's like, it's a steal. I have a house in Japan now. And it's like, yeah, the property's haunted. The Yakuza probably killed the previous owners. You're out in the middle of nowhere, so like, good luck with that. Because, yeah, you hear so many stories about people, even though they're living in a big enough city, but because they're obviously not Japanese, like, they get treated like frickin' pariahs. I remember reading about someone in an elevator with a mother and her child, and, they made some comment about the girl in the elevator, and it wasn't, I forget what it was, but it wasn't necessarily bad. And they even used the more polite word, like they used like, Gaigokujin instead of Gaijin, because Gaijin is kind of rude. Gaigokujin is nicer at least. And then like the mom's like in like the most awkward situation in her life because, the girl in the elevator responds back in Japanese or something like that. Were you doing that? Yeah, and I mean, Welcome to Japan. Like, you're as a black person, if you moved there, get ready for everyone to try and touch your hair. Because they have no sense of personal boundaries, and also they almost never see non-Japanese people. They see whitish people. Black people are still like frickin' like... It's like the goose that laid the golden egg. Like, you look like a crazy anomaly. Like, your stuff they've seen on television. Every person of color, like, whether they're brown or, like, black, who have gone to Japan, like, they talk about people trying to touch their hair and, like, wanting to touch their skin and stuff like that. It's wild. This is what happens when you go to a country that only has, like, you know, ethnically, like, one major, like, population. But yeah, in Japan, it's like, if a property is cheaper than everything else in the area, it's because someone got murdered there or someone died in their house. And it's considered, like, remember that Chilla's Arts game, like, stigmatized property kind of thing? Like, you can get stuff for cheap if you're willing to live in a place that, like, everyone else believes is haunted. Speaking of haunting... Totally no one's gonna die in this place, right? They'll be able to, like, you know, sell the island and, all that stuff haunting you. Yeah, Yude is ghost. I don't remember what haunting is itself in Japanese. Where are we in UMINEKO, by the way? We literally just got to Rokenjima. Like, they were on the boat. And, like, the boat just, reached the port of the island, so... Ooh. Yeah, so barely anything's happened beyond the introductions. Because I spent so much time every time someone's name came up, because everyone here has Kira names. And for those who weren't here last stream or just don't know and you're like, what the heck are Kira names? Basically, they are considered, like, essentially... like, you know how, like, celebrities here name their kids, like, crazy things? That's essentially what you can consider Kira names are. They're names where the kanji was picked to produce a certain sound, or like the kanji's being it's supposed to be read in an unusual way, and that creates and makes it really difficult for people to know what the person's name is. Like, a good recent example in anime is in Oshinoko, because the two main characters are Ruby and Aquamarine. Like, they're obviously Japanese, but their names are spelled in kanji, and Aquamarine's name in particular is, like, atrocious in terms of, like, how it's spelled with the characters. So, like, that's the example. Everyone here has, like, one of those Kira names where it's written in kanji, but it's meant to be read like it's, like, a Western name. Like, there's Rudolph and Rosa and Ava. It's because Aka is a Hololive fanatic. You know, that makes sense. Yeah, the boat gave a big shudder. Seems we've docked at the harbor. The boat driver came out and jumped to the pier with the mooring rope. A large man in a tuxedo was waiting there for us with a warm smile. I did recognize his face, but judging by his clothes, I guess he was a servant of the Ushiromiya head household. know, the operatic, no, not the operatic, I'm sorry. Like the very fancy classical music. Welcome home, milady. You were so late in returning that I began to worry. Sorry. We had to slow down the speedboat because Battler was about to have a panic attack. Thanks for caring. This moron got so scared we had to slow down. It was seriously annoying. Thanks, Jessica. Shut up. Someday when the shoe's on the other foot, you'll remember this. At this rate, word will spread to the whole family and it'll be the big conversation piece during dinner. She's so pretty. Jessica? Oh yeah, she's gorgeous. Poor bro. Even without this, everyone will be talking about me because of that 6-year gap. Like, he hasn't been to, like, a family get-together for 6 years. But now I've given them an even juicier topic. Game hasn't fully explained why he hasn't been here in 6 years. But it sounds like his mom died, and then his dad quickly remarried. Possibly Dad was having an affair. And so Badler was like, fuck that, I'm out of here. Or do they have to live on this isolated island so no one can find out their crimes? In the meantime, the boat had finished its mooring. A small plank was lowered so that we could get down. One by one, our parents came up from inside the boat. You must all be quite tired from your long trip. Madame, please allow me to assist you. Thank you. It's been a while, Goda-san. How are you? I thank you for your concern. It's always my pleasure to serve. Butler-kun, isn't this your first time meeting Goda-san? If I'm not mistaken, you weren't working here 6 years ago, right? Indeed, so please allow me to greet him for the first time. It is an honor to meet you, Battler-sama. How very shonen anime. I'm pretty confident about my height, but you're huge. What a thing to say to someone you just met. This is definitely our first meeting. I'd never forget meeting a big guy like you. It's a pleasure. I'm Battler. I was looking forward to meeting you. I am Golda. A normal... The name Golda is pretty normal, and I think the kanji is decently normal. Not sure how the name Golda is usually spelt, but the kanji is for echo, I believe, and field. Whoa. My monitor flickered for a second. God, I'm gonna have to replace this soon. No! I don't want to spend money. And I have been working for the Ushinomiya head family since the year before last. So he's only got 2 years. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. If there is anything you need, please feel free to rely on me at any time. Goda-san, it's been some time. It has been too long, George-sama. Please allow me to assist you. As usual, you are a pro at welcoming guests. If you ever need a job, just let me know, okay? I'd hire you anytime. You do me too much honor. Please allow me to assist you, Hideyoshi-sama. Goda-san then lent a hand to everyone as they disembarked, greeting them as they passed. His speech and mannerisms had the refined polish of a professional. He was very graceful. in contrast with his initially tough-looking appearance. His large size made him seem a bit scary at first, but he was much more polite than my first impression had led me to believe. He claimed to have served on the island for 2 years, but he had, doubtlessly worked at a similar job somewhere before. Have I thought about installing the mod? No. I don't think I will, honestly. I know it adds voice acting and stuff, but I'm like, eh. After everybody disembarked, the mooring rope was untied and the boat started to steer away from the harbor. It was probably returning to its home port on Nijima. The captain waved his hand in farewell. Maria conscientiously waved her hand back. Now that I think about it, that must have been why I felt I felt something out of place for a while now. I can't hear the cries of the seagulls. The UMINEKO are not yapping. They are not yapping. Seagulls? The birds? If I remember correctly, whenever we came to this island in the past, the seagulls always greeted me with their lively nya-nya cries. Is that why they're called UMINEKO? Because to the Japanese, the seagulls sound like they're meowing. Because of that, whenever I hear the cries of seagulls anywhere else, I get the feeling that I'm coming to our family conference. Meowing birds? I guess so. I mean, I've always wondered why they're called UMINEKO, which means like seabirds. It's the sprites? Gotcha. I mean, I like these sprites, personally, but I know everyone has their own opinions on which, like, art and stuff they prefer. Except for the small part of the island where those of the Ushido Miya head family live, Rokinjima has been left uncultivated, which apparently makes it a paradise for wild birds. Supposedly, there was a cliff somewhere that housed a huge seagull colony, so this island was always full of seagulls. Watch out for your fries! Not having those seagulls here to greet us made me feel a bit lonely. What's wrong, Battler-kun? Oh, Aunt Rosa. Nah, it's nothing really. I was just thinking it's a bit lonely without the cries of the seagulls. My, that's true now that you mention it. Even though they're always so noisy, today there isn't one to be seen. Oh, why no seagulls? Maybe it's because the seagulls are having a get-together somewhere too? Maria, did you want to see the seagulls? Wanted to see them. Still, it's a bit strange there isn't even a single one around. Maybe Jessica grilled them all and ate them. Oh! The hell? Don't say disturbing stuff like that. You'll get Maria believing it. Ugh! Jessica and A-chan grilled them! Jessica and A-chan grilled them! I did not. I did not. Why the hell would I do something like that? That's right. Jessica grilled them all. Skin and meatballs, liver and onions. Swim in meat dolls. Liver and onions. Ooh. Oh god, as I made fun of Jessica, Maria tagged along, looking like she was having fun. Oh, I never guessed she was such a good sport. Alrighty then, from today on, I'm making you my #1 follower. As I smiled at her, she beamed, looking overjoyed. Possibly because she was happy about this little connection we'd made with each other. That's not it, Maria-chan. I've heard wild birds are attuned to changes in the weather and atmospheric pressure. The weather will probably get worse tonight. The seagulls might have returned to their nests early. Yeah, if the wild animals have left, you know it's gonna be a bad time. Not grilled? Jessica and Nate-chan didn't grill him? No, I wouldn't do something like that. Hello, welcome in, first timer. Hope you have fun. And I hope you're doing well. Battler-kun, Maria-chan is a naive girl, so she takes even jokes seriously. You should choose your jokes more carefully. George Aniki gently scolded me. I don't know, Chad. I am the cutest cat girl big sis, right? Even though I outstripped Aniki in height, Aniki was Aniki, of course. Can't confirm. See? There was no choice but to obediently apologize. Sure, my bad. What do we? Maria, that was just a joke. The seagulls are all taking it easy in their nest today, that's all. Battler lied. Giorgio Nichan told the truth. Has she actually been tricked, despite all the fun she was having? Her pure eyes made me feel guilty. Yeah, don't trick the 9-year-olds. Maybe I went a little overboard with her after all. Yeah, that's right. What George Aniki said is true. The weather's bad, so they probably went home for the day. Doesn't mean they're gone. Right, Aunt Rosa? That's right. Tomorrow, when the weather gets better, I'm sure they'll come back so we can hear them cry meow, meow, like they always do. You can't see the screen? Oh no. I'll wait until weather gets better and they come back. Gonna wait until tomorrow. Gonna wait until the weather's better. Down where it's wetter, take it from me. Out in the sun, na-na-na-na. Maria was in a lighter mood and was looking forward to tomorrow when the seagulls would come back and fill the skies. Still, George Aniki really was amazing at taking care of kids. I think I remember Aniki taking good care of me as well when I was a brat 6 years ago. Aniki, that's probably your gift. George-kun is amazing at taking care of young kids. If you wanted to, I bet you'd do a great job in childcare, don't you think? Yeah, it's almost like George Oni-chan was born to do something like that. Personally, I think that suits you better than doing business in some company president's office. Oh, no. Childcare is a fine career path, but it's not a job where merely liking children is enough. I mean, true enough. You really are modest, George-kun. Yeah, I mean, to work in a daycare or, like, kindergarten or stuff like that, like, yeah, you need to like kids, but you also need boatloads of patience. But Battler-kun is quite good with children, too. Just a second ago, even though it didn't last long, Maria seemed to be having a lot of fun. Please keep on playing with her like you did just now. Just choose your jokes more carefully, okay? Aunt Rosa winked at me, giggling a little. She's a real mother, I thought to myself, who's happy to see Maria having fun. Come on, Rosa! And you brats too, what the hell are you doing? Shut up, Rudolph. Let's get going. Okay, we're coming. Choose your jokes more carefully? What does she mean by that? Because, Battler pointed out that all the seagulls were missing, and then he made a joke that Jessica ate all the seagulls, and that's why the word any around, and and Maria believed it. So then she was mad that Battler lied to her when it turned out that Jessica didn't eat all the seagulls, so that's what she means by choose your jokes more carefully. The old bastard was waving for us to hurry up. Yeah, we needed to get moving. We might as well have this conversation after setting our luggage down in our rooms. Now then, everyone, allow me to lead you to the guest house where you will be spending the night. Please, this way. Golda-san called to everyone and led the way. They don't even get to stay in the main house. They have to go to a guest house. Damn. Kumasawa-san brought up the rear. I do like how Yukishi pixelated actual photos to make up for the fact that, you know, it's tough to draw backgrounds. A serpentine twisting path led through a dim forest. It ran a bit uphill. I'd guess the path was made all twisty, so the slope wouldn't seem too steep. But personally, I'd have been happier if they'd had the guts to make some stairs in a straight line. No doubt they made the path twist on purpose, to put on airs of distance and importance. Before long, we saw garden-style stone steps. Ah, from here on, I do have some memories. Go up these and... At the top of the stone steps, we saw a beautiful guest house. Its facade was lovely, of course. But, more importantly, we couldn't enter its doors without having our hearts stolen away by the splendor of the beautiful rose garden spreading before it. Ah, it's as beautiful as ever this year. A real delight for the eyes. After climbing the stone steps, the people greeted by this rose garden gave voice to their impressions one by one. Through the voice, I agree that she's the cutest. Aw, well, thank you. Is it just me, or are the flowers a little less lively this year? It's probably because it wasn't that hot this summer. I also believe that was a factor. Sadly, this year's blooming is a tad inferior when compared to last year's. Even so, it was a delightful rose garden. I remember that even 6 years ago, huge number of roses had greeted us every year. This rose garden was the first thing that greeted the people who came to Rokenjima. Even our parents, who came every year, couldn't help but give voice to their admiration. And in fact, it seemed to have undergone a power-up from the garden in my memories of 6 years ago. This place is always so amazing. It would be wonderful to have a rose garden like this at home. Give it up. Who do you think would take care of it? What? You're rich. You can't hire a gardener? Roses are a real pain with bugs and diseases to worry about. Well, from what I've heard, What? Oh, hold on. How'd that happen? My phone just like spontaneously threw itself off its stand. We've got ghosts in here! Well, from what I've heard, Kirie-ne-san takes care of her rose every day and makes sure no bugs get anywhere near it, right? This track is nice. It is. I like the piano. Huh? What are you talking about? That's right. Though, in this person's case, the rose goes after the insects like some nasty carnivorous plant. Oh, so that's what you meant. Yeah, you're the flower, bro. Come on, Rosa, can't you just give it that a rest for today? I've put that sort of thing completely behind me. I wonder. After all, you're a womanizer on an almost genetic level. No need to worry, Rosa-san. When a rose gives you too much trouble, it's always best to snip it at the root. Oh, such frightening talk this is. Oh, Aunt Rosa, your Oshi. She's so fun at the fighting game. Nice. That's good to know. I always forget there's a fighting game, too. Guys who are popular with the ladies are always forced to live dangerously. I sure hope I turn out a bit prettier in my next life. Damn. Hideyoshi Nissan, like I keep saying, it isn't like that. And, Kirie, stop it, you're freaking me out. You've made my rose wilt. Well, great. Hey, Maria-chan, look over there. These roses are especially magnificent. Magnificent roses. Ugh. Smells pretty sweet. Look, this suits my elegance perfectly. Hey, cut it out. Maria's gonna imitate you and get hurt by the thorns. She yelled at me and as I leaned in to smell the rose's scent with an exaggerated gesture. I thought she was overreacting, but when I turned around, I saw Maria imitating my every gesture, and George Aniki smiling broadly at us. Cute! Yes, Discord exists. It does indeed. Hey now, Maria-chan, be careful. Rose thorns can hurt. Oh! George Oni-chan, only this rose is strange. Ugh. Strange? What's wrong? Maria pointed at a single rose. I immediately understood why she found it odd. In the midst of all these magnificent roses, one single rose was just starting to wilt. There wasn't any particular reason. Some roses flourish and others wilt. That's all there was to it, but Maria seemed very concerned about the only unhealthy one in the group. Welcome back, Ranger! What are you having for breakfast? Or what did you have for breakfast? It must have made her feel lonely. So you feel sad for this rose? Because it's the only one that isn't healthy? Oh, it's like a metaphor for Battler's sister who isn't here. Ugh. The others are healthy. But this one's sad. Oh, hey, there are the UMINEKO. Well, they all bloom and wither at their own paces. I'll bet this one was just starting to wilt early because it got to bloom before any of the others. Yeah, that's right. It probably just bloomed like crazy, fulfilled its duty, and went to sleep. You shouldn't get so worked up about it. Yeah, 2 burritos? What were in the burritos? It seemed that Maria's pure, sensitive nature was making her feel some emotional pain for the rose that wilted alone. Even though she understood the logic of it, it still felt lonely to her. Then, Maria-chan, why don't you look after this rose until we leave? Oh? George Aniki straightened up and felt around in his pocket. He then took out the wrapper from the candy he had been sucking on the plane. He twisted it into a thin string, then gently tied it to the rose as a sort of marker. Orange rice, beans, and meat. Very nice. Hey, that's pretty cute. Let's mark it with this. Later on, you can come and give it some water. I'm sure Mr. Rose will be happy. Ugh! Come to give it water! I think you should give Mr. Rose here a name. I'm sure that'll make it happy, and you'll get to know it a little better. A name. A name. Ugh. Though she still wore her usual sullen face, Maria crossed her arms and began to consider this intently. What's this game about? It's like a murder mystery kind of thing. All these rich relatives are coming to this house for like an annual get-together, and then, you know, things go horribly, horribly wrong, is like the gist of it. At the very least, she appeared to have been completely pulled out of her slump. Nice going, Aniki. George Nissan has always been really understanding. can't help but respect him. And yeah, I guess he was just born that way. We've got to start picking up tips. Was this garden just as magnificent when you were all kids? It was only after I stopped living here that it grew so big. Before that, the garden was simpler, though I'm still attached to that one. Nissan fiddled with it too much, but with that vaguely bad taste of his. I liked it much better before. Ava, you've got to think positive. Setting aside how it used to look, its beauty now is something to be admired. You'll be able to relax a lot better if you look at it that way. I didn't mean it like that. I was just saying that I wanted you to see this garden the way it was before, too. Everyone, if you please, I shall guide you to your rooms now. Golda-san called to everyone to ask if we were ready, but our hearts had been completely stolen away by the rose garden that none of us had seen for a year, so we didn't pay much attention to him. Since we weren't a travel group, it wasn't like we had a strict schedule to follow. Besides, since our parents were visiting their old home, full of nostalgia, it wasn't like they had to let themselves be urged on by anyone or anything. Understanding the situation, Golda-san continued to wait, smiling wildly, until our parents got tired of the roses and told him to guide us to our rooms. Oh? Hey! If it isn't Kanon-kun! It's been so long, how are you doing? Uncle Hideyoshi suddenly shouted. Oh, hello. Girl? Boy? Unknown? In the direction he was waving, was a slender boy. Very androgynous. Meeting him right after a huge man like Oda probably emphasized his small stature. Holy amount of rules, it took a long time to read. It's better to cover everything than have to, add stuff on later. Lovely, lovely rules. The boy was in the middle of transporting piled up gardening tools and the like in a wheelbarrow. When he realized he was being called to stop, he set down the wheelbarrow, took his hat off, and bowed his head. Good afternoon. I figured he was probably younger than me, and I realized by the general atmosphere surrounding him that he was another servant. Rules do not exist to bind you, they exist so you may know your freedoms. That's a good way to look at it. He greeted us in response to Uncle Hideyoshi's call, but he seemed like he might be pretty unsociable most of the time. It was a greeting that lacked feeling. When Golda-san noticed that our interest had shifted towards him, he went to the boy's side and introduced him to us. Butler-sama, allow me to introduce you. This is one of the servants of the Ushiromiya head household. Kanon-san, greet our guest. I'm pleased to meet you. I am the servant, Kanon. Okay. This one's the way they spelled Kanon is a little bit unusual, but not too unusual. Probably because Kanon is usually a girl's name. So, first kanji is echo. Like, you would usually read it as like hibiki. And then the last one is sound. So, basically an echo. Yep, my first impression wasn't wrong. He seemed to be unsociable. Or at least, not so good at talking. Compared to Golda-san, who was extraordinarily polished as a servant. Kanji is so difficult. Kanji muzukashi! Hi, Art! Welcome in. Ooh, four-leaf clover. Very nice. You couldn't help but feel You couldn't help but feel an inexperience typical of his age. When Goda-san urged him in a whisper to give a bit more of an introduction, the boy named Kanon only cast his eyes downwards. Kanon-san, could you perhaps give them a little more of a greeting? No, because we are furniture. He did seem to be refusing to greet us out of spite. Rather, he seemed to have fallen silent because he didn't know what else to say to us in greeting. Haven't been able to stop by before, but you followed a while ago. Gotcha. It happens. We're happy to have you whenever you can stop by. I love furniture. Good old furniture. What's the word for furniture in Japanese? Kagu? I think it's the word. First time here and you already enjoy it? Yay! That's nice to hear. Well, Kanon-kun's shy and doesn't tend to talk much. He may not be that sociable, but deep down, he's a really good person. That's Diana's power. Yes, I make everyone feel cozy, comfy, and my other secret special power is if you watch this stream while you're feeling just a little bit sleepy, you will probably fall asleep. I seem to cure people's insomnia. Don't get him wrong. You've been working here for 3 years, haven't you? Pretty sure you started a year before Goda-san, right? Even though he wasn't exactly given a terrible first impression, Jessica hurriedly backed him up. I see. Apparently his unsociable nature causes him trouble a lot. Okay then, nice to meet you. I'm Battler. I'm 18. How old are you? He fell silent as though wondering whether or not it was a question he'd have to answer. But here again, Jessica plowed ahead. If I remember correctly, Kanon's 2 years younger than us, so 16, right? Yes, that is correct. It looked like he would have preferred not to tell us his age if given the choice. That was probably because he thought we'd look down on him for it. I remember that when I was around his age, I hated being asked how old I was by adults. I see. 16, huh? That's gotta be a delicate time. Which means I probably asked something I shouldn't have. I'm glad you're about our age. Just be cool and call me Battler. And I'll call you Kanon. Thank you very much. But the sentiment alone is sufficient, Battler-sama. Jessica looked panicky for some reason. Started working 3 years ago? Is that legal? Probably not, but I mean... they're on an island. Who's gonna call the cops? It's like, hey, we've got a minor working illegally here. Like, who's gonna call the cops? I've seen it happen in animes and stuff before where, like, sometimes the children of, like, servants end up working in the family for the family as well. So it might even be that kind of situation where he's a relative of someone else that was on staff. She seemed to think my impression of Kanon was getting worse because of his refusal. Well, as a girl, Jessica probably couldn't understand the fretful male heart at this age. As his elder, even by just 2 years, I took it upon myself to be understanding of that. Kanon-san, could you perhaps be a little more courteous? You're asking a lot, Goda. I don't really think he's got it in him. A smiling face is also part of a servant's duty. God damn. I would hate that. Like how, like, you know, McDonald's, like, they used to have Smile on, like, the menu. It's, like, terrible. My apologies. I shall make an effort. Ho ho ho. Golda-san, Kanon-kun is trying his best, yes? It looked like he was often warned about being unsociable, and apparently he hadn't improved one bit. Golda-san kept his business smile, but let a small sigh of resignation escape. Well then, I still have work to do, if you'll excuse me. It looked like Kanon himself was uncomfortable with remaining silent here any longer. After one perfunctory bow, he turned around and started pushing the wheelbarrow again. Just then, the wheelbarrow suddenly wobbled and fell, scattering the load. Good job! I missed the Burger King Kids Club game on the bags. Oh, I've actually never been to a Burger King. Like, I'm from Canada, there's definitely Burger Kings here, I've just never been to one. I guess the wheelbarrow's single wheel got caught on a pebble and lost its balance. I live in Canada in the Eastern Standard Time zone, so for reference, it is just after 1 p.m. here. One sec, I need to... There we go. I just wanted to move my tissue box closer because I've been sneezing. East Coast. Yeah. Though technically in Canada, I'm more in the center. Hello, greetings. You're free of restrictions. But yeah, technically it's East Coast USA, like I'm same time zone as New York. Howdy! Hello, cute and H-on. Thank you! Good morning, afternoon, evening. Ooh. Hi, Ein. How are you doing? Blech. It's a nice day here, but my allergies are bugging me. Ah. Good old pollen. Alright. What do you think you're doing? Now, clean it up quickly. Goda-san urged him to hurry in a quiet voice, as though hinting that it was shameful for a servant to appear clumsy in front of guests. I mean, technically he's right, but good grief, be nice. Game's very different from what you expected? Yeah, it's a visual novel. Kanon-kun wordlessly reloaded the wheelbarrow with the fallen objects as if to say he understood quite well without being told. Doing well, it's Saturday in the States. It is Saturday. No, wait. It's Sunday here. Saturday too, I get it now. I was like, wait, Saturday? I thought it was more interactive in movement, but it is really papery. It is truly like a visual novel. Like some visual novels, you have options you can pick. Others, it's just straight up, you're just here to experience the story with pictures. Visual novels are loved here. We love the niche things. We sure do! Was here during some of my Tsukihime streams. Oh, okay. Oh, goodness. That was a while ago. I need to go back and finish Tsukihime. We got most of the way through Ark's route, but we're not allowed to stream CLs, but... First time seeing one? Yeah, I mean, I love visual novels. There's something about them that like scratches an itch for me. I think because they feel sort of like the choose your own adventure style books from when I was little. Prefer the hybrid systems like Zero Escape. Oh, those are technically... Yeah, I think once you have exploration and puzzle options, it switches from being a visual novel to being like an adventure game or something like that. Yeah, point and click adventure technically. I know my mutual Zato has a whole graphic to explain the different categorizations. Because it drives them bananas anytime someone calls something a visual novel when it isn't actually a visual novel. Are you okay? You're so careless. Wow. Everyone, stop roasting this kid. Leave him alone. Here. Milady, you will dirty your garments. Please leave this to us. With a smooth motion, Goda-san took the shovel that Jessica had picked up. Behind him, Kanan-kun was having trouble with the sacks of fertilizer. Oh no. The boy costume is quite girly. Yeah, I think he's designed to be androgynous. So that's probably what part of the why the outfit is a little bit girly to help add to that. Don't dirty your garments. Don't worry, the ones I'm wearing aren't that expensive. Besides, I hate guys who just sit there and make the waitress pick up the fork they dropped at a restaurant. You know what? Good dude. I lifted up the other bags that had fallen. Of course, they weren't light, but for me, it was a piece of cake. Kanan-kun looked at me surprised. It was the face of someone who never would have expected to receive help from a guest. Looks like a corset's part of the uniform? Probably? Or... Kanan is secretly a girl and we just don't know it yet. That is also a possibility when you get this kind of androgynous male character. Though everyone's kind of hourglass, yeah. Battler-sama, don't worry about it. Was it you, Kishi, inspired by Oji Tsukihime? Probably. There's a possibility. Though, from my understanding, most visual novels either fall into the categorization of having the text on screen like this, or having it in a text box in the bottom. There's like different words for those types. I just can't remember what it is. But I think UMINEKO was, what? It came out 2005? A parody of Ciel? Yeah, that's an obvious one. I mean, most of these visual novel dudes, it's a name. It's like a type of visual novel, AG. I think it's called AG? Ah, novel. There we go. So... Yeah, I think, like, generally, when it has the text on screen like this, it's called NVL, which is short for novel. And then if there's the text at the bottom in the box, it's usually like AV, which is like, you know, adventure kind of thing. I think that's how it is. Are you a fan of anime? I sure am. We do anime watch-alongs every week in the Discord. We're watching Prince of Tennis right now, which is an oldie but a goodie. Yeah. We've watched. Prince of Tennis is our 5th series. Which day again? It's actually tonight. So 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So in 6 hours. So every Sunday night. Unless something's going on. But yeah, most of these dudes who write wrote the really popular visual novels are friends, so unsurprising that Yukishi got inspired by Tsukihime and stuff. 1 a.m. for you? Oh hey! You're in Europe with some of the other folks. Sadly you won't join then? Understandable. I may not look it, but I've got it where it counts. Okay. Since Kanon-kun looked like he hadn't yet gone through his growth spurt, he was stuck with a sort of weak body. Damn. This kind of weight might have been too much for him. Oh my god, Eye Shield. That was one I didn't bother with because I don't like American football. But I heard it was pretty crazy. Oh, what did I do? Ah. Remember watching Prince of Tennis on Toonami? Ah, yes, Toonami. We did have Toonami in Canada, but I picked up interest in Prince of Tennis through the internet. It's quite heavy. It's natural that it would be difficult for you. Don't worry about it, Kanon-kun. Okay, my time to shine. This makes up for the boat stuff from before, right? Huh. As if this could make up for freaking out like that. Later, I'll tell you about it too, Kanon-kun. Battler was totally hilarious. I'm gonna fall! Fall! Oh, Witch Watch? I have heard that one's pretty good. As they did this, I piled all the stuff back into the wheelbarrow. I beg your forgiveness for letting you witness such unsightliness. Come now, that's quite enough. Please go. Letting the guests who were supposed to feel welcome see such a disgraceful thing must have been hideously embarrassing for a servant. Pressed by Goda to hurry up and go, Kanon-kun left. You're too harsh on him, Goda-san. Shouldn't you have helped him instead of being a bully? That was wrong of me. I deeply implore your forgiveness. Without even a twitch in his smile, Goda-san apologized elegantly. Kanon-kun has a ton of things he's good at too. It's just that being young works against him all the time. It's a crying shame. Well, it's a prickly age. Let's just leave him be. After all, closed-mouth servants are the best kind. Wow! Rudolph, somehow you truly are a harsh god. Do I have favorites in the cast so far? Jessica? Rosa, Maria, and George. Rudolph-sama, you truly are harsh. There is no servant as silent as me, of course. Everyone smiled wryly at the obvious lie. Even she herself didn't believe that, not in her wildest dreams. So she must have said it to lighten the mood. So the kid's the only likable ones. The parents are assholes. Though Rosa is also an adult. It's just, you know, unfortunate. Like George's dad? Oh, true, yeah. Hideyoshi isn't bad. Ava doesn't seem too terrible either, but I really like Rosa. Like, if I was ranking, like, you know, the adults so far, like, Rosa's at the top, then it's like Rosa, Ava, Hideyoshi, the servants, Kirie. We put Rudolph at the very bottom. Rosa's got a great backstory? Oh, nice! That's good to hear. How the cast is older in UMINEKO compared to the 13-year-olds in Higurashi? True. To be fair, it's really easy to forget that frickin', the cast in Higurashi are just in middle school. Like, in my brain, they're all in high school. Though, from my understanding, the cast in Higurashi is kind of a mixed age. Like, we've got 10-year-olds, but I think Shion and Mion are like 16, 17? Though maybe I'm just misremembering. You like... Oh, Natsuhi? We haven't met her yet, but good to know. Oh, they seem early 20, aside from Jessica and Maria. Battler and Jessica are 18. Maria is 9. George is 23, I believe, because he's 6 years or so older than Battler. I'd like to set our luggage down soon. Gona-san, what rooms are we all going to take? Higurashi Middle School, yes. They are indeed older than compared to the middle school kids. Though they do, yeah. Higurashi's like a weird one to pin down the ages because, you know, they're in such a small village, everyone's in the same classroom. So it's easy to forget what each character's exact age is. It shall be the same as the previous year. Allow me to guide you. Please, this way. If we must. We headed towards a trim, elegant, simple guest house. This was going to be our temporary quarters for the night. How long are they supposed to be on the island? I think it's just supposed to be like a weekend. Because Battler was talking about how if the typhoon hits, he might not make it to school on Monday. Kanon watched over ahead as all the guests entered the guest house. Wow, stalker much? Then he let his eyes fall on those heavy sacks of fertilizer piled up in the wheelbarrow. In his mind, he kept going over his previous mistake. Battler, big and strong, had picked up the sacks in front of him. The sacks Kanan couldn't lift himself as if they were feathers. It would be extremely difficult for an outside observer to guess what emotions that favor had stirred up in Kanan. Is he in love? But as far as you could tell by watching him hang his head, there was something he just couldn't let go of. Muttered words escaped his lips, but those words he murmured were so soft that they didn't even reach his own ears. Cue the yaoi music, even I. Kanan hung his head, slightly biting his lower lip. Our boy took some serious emotional damage here. I remember the rose garden, but I don't remember the guest house at all. Was it built recently? Toraiyan? Visitor's retreat. I would have to see the kanji for that one. I have no idea about this one. It was written on a gatepost-like thing, but since everyone called it the guest house, I followed their lead. The brand new Western-style guest house, which stood overlooking the roses, had a magnificent design, carefully done in harmony with the garden. Am I Japanese? I am not. I've just been learning Japanese as like a hobby. I'm French-Canadian. And Caucasian. So I speak English, French, and like a smattering of Japanese. Correct. It was built the year before last. You're half Japanese, so now I'm a bit Japanese. Nice. This place is more fun than the junky old mansion you knew. I wish my room was over here. Ooh, I want a room here too. I want one. Rest your Dutch living in the Netherlands. Gotcha. No français? You speak Spanish yourself? Very nice. I took like a couple years of Spanish in high school, but most of it's long forgotten at this point. Dutch and Japanese is a deadly combo, to be fair. Oh, really? Fair enough. I guess you could say my own house was upper class, but to me it felt completely ordinary compared to the head family. The display of wealth was shocking, as was the fact that they'd build this kind of awesome guest house for guests who only come over a few times a year. They gotta show off, Ava-sama, Hideyoshi-sama, please do make use of this room. Rudolph-sama, Kirie-sama, please take this room here. I really do love how beautiful and elegant this place is. Imagine how many boats it took to import all the materials. Oof. You know? Good point. hadn't thought of that. Japanese culture, cuisine, technology, and Dutch architecture, beautiful canals, and glowing tourism. Ooh, that does sound nice. I can handle Western design for a few days, but any longer than that, and you need the good old Japanese look. Japanese people just relax best on tatami mats. Tatami mats do seem nice. I remember the one time I slept on a futon, I was like, oh, this is actually really nice. Tatami mats, yeah. I've never... Have I touched tatami mats before? No, I haven't. I've slept on, like, futons before. And that's nice. Part of me is like, I need to replace the mattress for my bed. I'm like, do I want to just get a futon? Because I really liked sleeping on it. Futon is awesome, and when you're warm, you can just lay on the cold tatami. Ooh, that does sound nice. They've been fighting over whether to make our new house Japanese style or Western style. Could you guys make like a bastard house? Like have it be Western exterior, like partially Western exterior with like a whole bunch of Japanese elements inside, and maybe oh, what's it called? The hall, like have the hallway that wraps around the outside of the house. Japanese style with Western influences, yeah! Like the Tsukihime mansion, precisely. Got that exterior with Japanese interior would go kind of hard, right? Hire me as your interior designers, I got this. Mom still holds a grudge about Dad having the construction started with a Japanese layout, and they bicker about it all the time. Oh no. I mean, I guess it depends whether or not she liked living in this house. For me, it's kind of like, you know, if like you had bad memories living in a Western style house, I'm like, you know what? Please, Japanese style architecture, free me. Each has its own pros and cons. Though, on paper, I do prefer the look of traditional Japanese houses because it looks like you can, when you open all the shoji doors and stuff, you get a nice cross breeze going through. So even when it's like hot and humid, it would at least, the breeze might at least feel nice. As opposed to like here in Canada, like everything is built to try and retain heat. So living in an apartment, like you can't get a good breeze to save your life kind of thing. I'm really jealous, George-san. Your parents get along well, don't they? Mine are so frosty. Arranged marriage? First time? Gotta rely on AC and fans to circulate? Yup, and even then, it's not necessarily works the best. Because the window ACs and stuff, like, I swear they have 2 modes. Like, if you stand beside them, you need to wear, like, sweaters and stuff because it's freezing. But you go more than, like, 2 meters away from it, and it's like it does nothing at all. think we can start a company with all these ideas. Hey, let's go! Moonbeans Decorating Incorporated. Mine are so frosty, then again, they're always in sync when it comes to my grades. All the rooms seem to be for 2 people. I was grateful since I was going to be forced to share the same room with the old bastard, under the pretext that we were family. And anyway, I figure those 2 would be able to enjoy themselves with someone like me around. Well, yeah, probably. Ooh, yeah, concrete buildings would do that. A lot of buildings here are concrete and brick, so yeah, similar. You just got asbestos. Ah! Good old asbestos. Hilariously, there's a like town in Canada called Asbestos because that's where they used to mine it. Sort of a cursed name now. Flora's anti-heat. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, everything in Canada is meant to retain heat. Because, I mean, our summers did traditionally get warmish, but not like, 40 degrees Celsius like it is now because of climate change. Yay! What's with that creepy smile? You're thinking about something dirty, aren't you? Don't say that. Something dirty? Of course not. Bro, stop. Stop. Ow! Wow, 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 wow. What's that in Fahrenheit? 40 Celsius? That's probably like 90 Celsius? Fahrenheit? Somewhere around there. It's quite hot. Don't trust Battler? Yeah, me neither. $104. Oof, yeah. There you go. Yeah, we don't use Fahrenheit at all in Canada, so I'm like, meh, I don't know. I can give like a rough guess. In humidity? With humidity, it would be 40 Celsius a lot of times. Yeah, sometimes with humidity, it's been going over that. Summer has been awful here. I took a page out of the books of the international Asian students I would always see walking around with like umbrellas in the summer. And I'm like, you know what? Why not? And it's surprising how much having like your own personal like little shade helps. Helps. Once again, Dad pulled my ears. Cut the crap. I'm getting a stomachache and I'm not in the mood for this. You're the guest of honor this time round. Oh yeah, no, it's quite humid. Even people I know from, like tropical countries who immigrated to Canada have a real hard time in the summer here because they're like, sure, it's hot like on the islands, but you get a breeze because of the ocean and stuff like that. Like the air doesn't move here. Like, yep. We're landlocked, man. Like we have lakes and rivers and stuff, but like, we don't really get that nice breeze off the water unless you're actually at like the edge of a lake. You're the guest of honor this time around, so play as nice as possible with Dad and Aniki and the rest. At the very least, be careful of what you say in front of Dad, got it? Because wisecracks don't go too well with him. Jessica-chan, what's the head's mood been like lately? Same as last year, I guess. I love the humidity even without the breeze. Yeah. Like, it's not always terrible, but also I'm like, my hair gets extra curly. I start getting a headache. I'm like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no, it'll get quite nasty here before long as well. I take a lot more streaming breaks in the summer just because it's like sitting in front of all of this technology generates so much heat. I'm like, I can't. How do you guys survive those heats? Air conditioner and lots of water. And yeah, you either go to the beach, you go in the water, or like you stay in the shade, basically. And I mean, that's unfortunately the thing. Like, there are people who die of heat stroke every year, unfortunately. Like, that is the sad thing. So it's like, the younger you are, the better you handle it, but yeah. Yeah, well, that's the beauty of being almost in the Arctic Circle. Considering they say he's got 3 months left to live, he's as lively, grubby, and irritable as ever. I imagine tours have to be worn too. Yeah. It's funny because, yeah, Canada always had a reputation for being super cold. And I mean, we still do have cold weather. But the summers get much hotter than they used to. So, you know, now it's like winter, it can go down to negative 30 degrees Celsius, but it can also go upwards of 30 Celsius in the summer. So it's like we get both extremes. Oh, yeah, the stones. Yeah, a lot of beaches in Canada are like that too, because most of the beaches are lakes, so unless it's a beach that's like carefully maintained, it's gonna have a lot of that. Meaning this year he's in his usual bad mood. And as usual, the only one who's able to look after him is Genji-san. Seems the master will open his heart to no one else. Oh my god, it's the old man Yell. It's the old man BL. Lately, us small people have not even been granted an audience with him. He shut himself up in his study again, probably doing nothing but that weird black magic of his. Damn, imagine having a grandpa that practices black magic. Oh no. Oh no. What he does for a hobby is his own damn business, but when he starts stinking up the house, it really gets on my nerves. What are you doing in there, sir? Animal sacrifice? I mean, if he's this successful, I'd probably be a believer. True. Just, you know, black magic ain't anything to mess with. I wish he'd never come out of that study again. Well, you'll get your wish when he finally, croaks. Don't have AC? Yeah, I've heard in a lot of places in Europe they don't have air conditioning. Or fans? Yeah, I also heard that. Just window and floor? At least from what I've seen, you guys have really good windows that you can open really wide. In Canada and the US, like, we don't have that. Our windows tend to be very small, so even when you do open them, it's doesn't really do much. Not a believer, but there's some good general advice in there. Oh yeah. I mean, number one rule of magic is don't do curses. Because that shit can backfire on you and it goes very, very badly. Which, I mean, like, you know, just general good advice. Like, don't do anything with the intention to harm someone because it could backfire on you. Yeah, they only slide up or down halfway. Yup. That's Canadian windows and stuff as well here. And I mean, they have, with the mosquitoes and like bugs and stuff like that, I kind of get it, but it's like, there's no point opening the windows here. At least in this apartment, I can open the balcony door. But it's not one of those sliding glass doors, so it's just like a normal door that they put out to the balcony. So it's like, yeah, sure, you get a breeze coming from it, but... But yeah, magic rules, don't be spiteful. If you open the circle, close the circle again. Because, like, you know, that's how, like, you know, bad stuff gets out. Like, you see it sometimes where they're like, oh yeah, in movies, they're like, we summoned a spirit, and, then, like, they get scared, and, they don't, like, dismiss the spirit, and so it never leaves. That's what they mean by, don't forget to close the circle! Ray's religious magic and demon stuff scare you? I have had friends like that as well who were raised religious and that stuff scares them. I mean, as they say, any technology advanced enough will be seen as magic. So you just think of it that way. It's just technology you don't understand. Hi, Aki! Yes, we are playing CCAT game! And yes, finish what you started is indeed good advice. Yeah, that's why I was like, don't mess with Ouija boards and stuff like that. I was like, oh no, like, people are like, oh yeah, nothing will happen. And then in the movies, bad stuff happens, and it's like, yeah, it's like, don't do something if you're afraid of, if you're not ready to accept the consequences. And you just saw your cat do something bad? Uh-oh. Copyrighted by Hasbro, though? Yeah, that's the thing, right? It is... From my understanding, it was always... It was invented as a game first, and then they added the mysticism elements to it to help it sell. Because, I mean, since, you know, time immemorial, humans have been weird, and they like trying magic and trying to summon stuff and what have you. Yeah, because, like, from my understanding, I think voodoo, the religion, has, like, similar ceremonies, so they just slapped that onto Ouija. Your wallet will now feel lonely? Uh-oh. What, oh, no! Whoops! For those who aren't at the Discord, Kitty, broke the curtains. Whoops. Do you like the concept of explained phenomenon and trial and error? Mm-hmm. The way I always saw magic and the way, I, as, like, you know, an apothecary, because that's, you know, my VTuber backstory, practice magic is generally, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a placebo. It's meant to give comfort. And that's what I use it for. So, like, you know, I've had friends who are really nervous about something, and I'll do up, like, a little, like, spell for them, and I'll be like, here, keep this in your wallet, and, like, you won't feel nervous anymore. Like, that kind of stuff. And, like, you know, I had one friend, and, like, I did that for one friend, and then the next time she's like, Diana, I'm, like, on a bus, and I'm feeling really motion sick. Can you, like, do a little spell for me so I don't get motion sick? I'm like, yeah, okay, here you go. And, like, she swears, like, she stopped feeling motion sick. Like, whatever you can do to help give comfort to people, that's what magic is for, in my brain. The luck potion, and yeah, exactly. And that's why it's like, don't use magic for bad stuff. Like, you don't manipulate people, don't try and hurt people. Magic is for helping. Whether that's, you know, you do a little spell to try and brighten someone's day, or you make some kind of health tonic to try and, like, help them out kind of thing. Do good, don't do bad. So yeah, anytime in a game someone's like, so-and-so's doing black magic, I'm like, why? That can only go bad. Because for me, the distinction is, like, you know, black magic would be stuff you do to try and benefit your life. Versus, you know, doing spells that are, like, supposed to bring good things to you. Black magic is like, yeah, I'm going to take advantage of the forces of the universe to get what I want. Versus, like, you know, white magic is like, can you please, like, help me pass my test? Self-gratification versus improving the lives of others. Correct. So yes, for those who haven't been here recently, there is a little bit of, like, the thought process behind my VTuber lore 101. We here to help. The original stuff in my debut was like, oh yeah, like, I can't do a consultation to help you without meeting you in person, so I'm just here on the internet trying to make you feel better. You sure to talk like that about the elderly? We're all indebted to him since he rebuilt the Ushinomiya family. He did something, I'm sure. I don't know if it's a good thing. We should be more grateful. Well, sorry. After being rebuked by George Aniki, Jessica had no choice but to take back her thoughtless remark. The Ushinomiya family was wealthy beyond belief, but of course, that meant all its members were a bit strange and completely out of touch with the world at large. And on top of that... and at the top of the chain, the family head, our grandfather, seemed especially strange and terrifying. even for our family. Dad said he was getting a stomachache earlier, and I imagine that reflected the honest feelings of all the adults here today. No doubt they were jealous of us grandchildren who could just play around and laugh without a care. From the stories Dad told me, the family head was a violent man who ruled with his fists, beating his children, even his daughters, mercilessly with a wooden sword. Jesus! Yay! Capital punishment. If he was so strict and uptight about that, why couldn't he have been a little more conservative with his kids' names? I'm sure we'll find out. Because of that, even us grandkids have had to suffer. Anyway, I can't say I have any trouble believing those terrifying stories about him. I don't remember meeting him very often, but I think I recall him looking extremely grumpy all the time, always making people cower with that sharp gaze of his. Oh, ad break kicking in. Okay. I think this is a good time. I am gonna go to the bathroom, get some water and all that stuff, and then we shall continue. So hold on tight, and I will be right back. Hold on. Whoop. Okay, I'm back. One sec. Do. You hungry for cat toast now? What would cat toast taste like? Like what kind of bread? Would you put butter on it? Would you put jam on it? Nutella? Something else? Hi, Pep. Yes. For the newish folks, one of my cats is Pep. She likes to come around and be a menace. Once in a blue moon, you can hear her scream. Welcome back. Thank you. And yes, this is very nice music. Gotta do something, so you're gonna lurk? Okie dokie! Thank you for lurking. Hi, Pep. Yes? Hello. It's not dinner time yet, but I can give you pets. So a normal cat then? Yeah, pretty much. Though I have heard legendary stories about people who have cats that like never want to interact with them. I'm like, I wonder what that's like. You know, it's like I don't want my cats to be antisocial, but it's like, I wonder what that's like, having a cat that's like never super intelligent. Yeah, it's an AI bot. It's usually pretty spot on. Once a blue moon, it got really weird. One time, it started talking all in French for some reason, and I'm like, I have never spoken French on stream. What's going on here? You're allergic, but you really like cats with sass? Oh, that's definitely my cats. Those are definitely my cats. Hey, Pep, you're full of sass. She said she goes silent as she looks up at me with her tail swishing. You remember the bot going all in French? Yeah, it was weird. And then it went back to English. It's like, what? They were trying to be slick, stealing pets from each other. Oh my god. The cat and the dog are both each other's enemies and friends. You want to pet the Pep? Yeah! I'm sure she would love it. She's pretty chill with strangers for the most part. Like, she's never, like, had an, like a bite or a scratch incident at the vet. But, like, you know, the vet assistant tried to pick her up and Pep's like, nope. I'm staying in my corner. But I could pick her up. You know, that kind of thing. So you could definitely pet Pep for sure. I'm no stranger, I'm Ranger. You know what? True. You've said so yourself, animals really gravitate towards you. I remember that the room's atmosphere got so tense whenever he was around, you couldn't even breathe. What a great-grandfather. What my dad said about me being the guest of honor now carries a little more oomph for me. 6 years ago, I was in elementary school, but I'm a high schooler now. If I act up, things could get serious. Oh, scary. He does look frightening, but he's not so terrifying that you need to tense up like that. George has never incurred Grandpa's wrath, apparently. Nothing of what he says is truly unreasonable. Yes, because it's perfectly reasonable to beat your children with a wooden sword. He may be clumsy at talking, but he's a very logical person. But George Nissan, you've been the family darling since like forever because of your awesome grades, right? Grandfather treats us completely different. I've even gotten slapped with a wooden sword. Jesus! On your... That's called being spanked. Well, you're the heiress of the head family, Jessica. Grandfather has given you special attention. That's not a good thing! That's not a good thing! It's like, oh, well, you know, you're just the family head. Like, it's fine. No, it ain't. Please, do not beat your children under any circumstances. I say coming from, because, you know, I'm a child of the 90s. It was still pretty socially normal to spank your kids at that point. So as a kid who got spanked, for the love of God, don't hit your kids. Like, sure, I behaved, but also that bred a lot of resentment. You've got to realize that his strictness reflects his high hopes for you. Stop! Good grief. This really is the 80s where they're like, well, yeah, you know, you wouldn't get beaten if you were better, so, like, just deal with it. I'm waiting for, like, the whole, like, a woman's place in the kitchen stuff to start kicking in, too. Oh, come on. Seriously? I could just turn the succession over to you. It's a bit of a heavy burden for me to carry. I think I already said it before, but Jessica's the girl heir to the head family. We're only cousins in branch family, so she probably feels a totally different sort of pressure than we do. Oh? Jessica Onechan? Is that heavy? If I help hold it, will it get lighter? Oh, thanks. It's okay. I'm not gonna push it on you, Maria. I'm gonna bear this cross until my grave. Don't worry. She was grateful for Maria's innocent concern, but Jessica's face still seemed to contain some of the uneasiness she felt towards the future. Maybe we were in the same boat. Any high schooler with exams approaching would have trouble hiding their anxiety for the future. Maria, come here. You and I will be in this room. Battler Kun, I heard you're gonna be with me in this room here. What? And they were roommates? Oh? Now there's a surprise. It's bigger than our parents' room, dang. Well, I figured we cousins would all want to hang out together, so I told them to get a bigger room ready. Oh, I like it here more too. I'd rather be here than with Mama. Oh. Oh, you like it better here too, Maria? It's cute that the cousins are all close. Okay, this room is George and mine, but we'll give you special permission to come in. Better keep it a secret from your mom, okay? Ooh! It's a secret! Aunt Rosa was right behind us, but Maria still answered, striking the air with her fist clenched tight. I was gonna say. And she's gonna run into her room telling her mother, I have a secret! After setting down the luggage in their rooms, our parents had gathered again in the corridor. Makes sense, yeah. I mean, she acts a bit more like a 6 or a 5-year-old than a 9-year-old, but also that's not entirely unreasonable behavior for like a 9-year-old. Like, she's just a little quirky. She's a little more childish than, like, probably her peers, but... Hey, what are you brats planning to do? Are you cousins just gonna stay here and chat? She's definitely in the gremlin stages, yeah. It seemed they were heading to the mountain to announce their arrival. Normally, they would make us follow them and greet everyone together. But if that had been the case, Dad would have just told us to come, and that'd be the end of it. He's saying it's okay if we don't come, so what'll we do? Well, it's gonna be lunchtime before long anyway. Better let the kids unwind here. Besides, if worse comes to worse, this might be their last chance to play outdoors. Ugh! I'll go too! Maria, you house sit for Mama, okay? Behave yourself and wait here. Ugh. Since Maria was being told to house sit here, we certainly couldn't leave her here on her own. George Aniki noticed this immediately and gave a clear reply. Gave a clear reply for all us cousins. Well then, we'll accept your offer and house it. We've got lots of stories to tell each other after being away for a year or more. That sounds wonderful. And Battler has 6 years worth of stories to tell, doesn't he? Yeah. I'll take care of the house like a good boy. Kumasawa-san, I'm gonna stay here too. We'll break rank and leave the rest of the adults. I do kind of envy families this stable. Yeah, I mean... Relatively. Like, truly, every family has their issues. And this one has some very particular problems. But the idea of having cousins close in your age that you're, like, really close to is nice. Like, because I always envied that, like, to some extent. Like, I was discussing this on the Discord yesterday because Papa Melis was adopted, and, like, he's been reaching out and reconnecting with his biological family now that he's retired and stuff, and he has, like, you know, the time and energy to search them out. And on one hand, it's like, you know, it's been nice. But, like, you know, I went from, like, having the number of relatives I could count were... I could use, like, all 10 of my fingers. Like, that... Like, you know, I had, like, you know, about a baker's dozen relatives. And then suddenly, you know, everything's exploded. And I'm like, this is a little too much. This is wild. But I was always envious of people, like, Iduna and her partner, they have, like, you know, 3-4, like, Christmas dinners they go to. Like, they have lots of family events. They're close with parents and, like, you know, her partner's siblings and all that stuff. And I'm like, man, that's nice. Because it's like, sure, I went to go visit my parents, in January instead of going for Christmas because A, Mama Melis was recovering from surgery, and B, I'm like, it's just gonna be me and my parents. Like, there's no point in making a big, like, to-do about going for Christmas because, like, you know, it's just gonna be the 3 of us. Like, they're not even gonna make any special food or whatever, so... Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I mean, so what is it? So Papa Melis was adopted, and his siblings had 1 son and then 3 daughters. my aunt passed away, and like she was the one who put all the effort into getting everyone together for holidays and stuff like that. So when she passed away, that all just like went by the wayside. And like there's cousins on my mom's side of the family, like a girl and a boy, but they were much older than I am. So that it's just how it went. It's just how it goes. I haven't talked to those cousins in like decades at this point. Like one of the cousins I knew semi-well because we went to the same high school, but it was like, you know, I was the weird nerdy kid and he was like popular and on the football team, so we didn't interact a ton, but we were really close when we were younger. And apparently he stuck up for me sometimes in the background when like other popular people were giving me grief, which was nice, because I remember being at a relative's funeral right before he started high school, and he told me that if anyone gave me grief to tell him. And I was like, oh, okay, we've barely spoken in like, you know, 5 years, but that's really nice of you. I'll report it to Madame. Based right? Yeah. Oh my god, I remember talking about my cousin. I accidentally got him in trouble once because I guess he was at his locker with his girlfriend, and Mama and Papa Melis had entrusted me with like a Christmas card to give him. Cause like I wasn't in any classes with them. Like we were in the same year, but you know, like our schedules were like completely different kind of thing. But I'm like, I knew roughly where his locker was. So I was like, yeah, I'll give it to him. Worst case scenario, I'll just stick it in there. And you know, there was like that flow of like everyone in the halls as you're going to class, and like, you know, I happened to see him at the locker, and I had the card on top of like all of my books and stuff like that. So I'm like, oh, awesome, I could just give this to him. And like, you know, I like temporarily pop out of the crowd, and I go like, Adam, here, Merry Christmas, hand him the card, and like pop back into the crowd. And like, I didn't see the girl's face, but all of a sudden I hear her behind him. He goes, what? She's my cousin. I'm like, oh, ooh. I was like, I didn't think of anything of it for a minute. Then I was like, oh, oops. I mean, girlfriend shouldn't be that pissed if a random girl gives your boyfriend a card, but I mean, it was high school. It's like, my bad. I'd raise an eyebrow at least, yeah. I mean, for better or worse, I've always been the type to, like, march to my own drum. So, like, yeah, zero thought to, like, how it might look for some random girl to just pop out of a crowd, hand him, like, a Christmas card, and, like, just peace out. Yeah, because not a ton of people knew we were cousins. Which is funny, because there were only, like, 4 people in that school that had Amelis as their last name. And, so it's like, yeah, we weren't not all the Amelises in the school were related, but it's like, you know, it wouldn't be that unusual to think. It's like, hey, there's only 4 people in, like, you know, this whole school with the same last name. Maybe they're related. Then allow me to guide you all to the mansion. This way, please. The other children are one thing, but George is getting to be an adult. Wouldn't it be better if he came with us? Oh, come on. Let him hang out with his cousins. He just graduated university. Like, he is technically an adult, but come on. There's no reason to single him out. If we make him come, then poor George will be the only one out of place. Interacting with his cousins is also important. Okay, see y'all later. Good thing Dad is, you know, with it. The adults left one after the other. They left us in the same formation as our trip from the harbor, with Goda-san leading and Kumasawa-san taking up the rear. As we gathered in the room assigned to us cousins, George Aniki asked us to excuse him for a second. He rushed over to Kumasawa-san, who was following behind the disappearing adults, and seemed to ask her something. He soon finished his business and came back. What's up, Aniki? Ah, nothing. I just wanted to ask her something. Ugh! Tell me too! Tell me too! I think I'm gonna have to tell her, George. What could George Nissan be asking Kumasawa-san and not me, I wonder? I don't have a clue. No, it's a misunderstanding. Not that I know what you're misunderstanding. Oh, he's sweating. Is there a girl he likes on this island? One of the servants or something? Aniki was getting pretty tongue-tied. It was almost as though he felt guilty about something. And Jessica knew exactly what he was worried about. At any rate, it's no fun if Jessica gets to know about it and not me. Hey, Maria, looks like we're the only ones out of the loop, huh? Don't you want to know what they're talking about? Ooh, we want to know too! We want to know too! Ooh! I fooled around while oohing together with Maria. Oh my god. I mean, honestly, it's so silly for an 18-year-old to be doing this, but it's so sweet. How, like, you know, because she's like 10 years younger than the rest of them. So it's very sweet that they're all treating her like one of their own. Like, instead of forcing her to act like an adult, they're acting like kids with her. He is playing with her, yes. Playing is more than just, you know, running around playing tag and what have you. And I mean, yeah, they're all in suits and they're all supposed to be, like, acting like mature adults and stuff like that, because they're, like, from a rich family, but, you know, they're still 18-year-olds at the end of the day. They should be out playing soccer or, like, baseball or, like, going to the mall and getting ice cream. Kids'll be kids. So true. No, I'm telling you. I would do the same at times. Yep. I mean, especially when you are a teenager, it's easy to think, like, you know, someone like George is a fully grown adult. But it's like, he just left university. Let me tell you, when I left university, yes, you feel like an adult. But then, like, after a couple years, you're like, holy sheesh, I was still a child. What was I thinking? I was no adult. It's no big deal. Liar, 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 pants on fire. Oh god, I'm battler. Liar. I'm surprised you tell such a terrible lie, Aniki. Confess! Maria, you tickle his right side, I'll tickle his left. Ooh! I've got his right side, Battler's got his left. Oh no, the tickle torture. Wait a second! Wait, you do! Stop! Stop, 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 stop. Murray and I played around chasing George Aniki as he tried to escape. I realize high school kids aren't supposed to be bouncing around like kittens, but I still miss this kind of fun. Oh, hush. It's fine. Y'all will be forced to be adults before long anyway. Enjoy when you can sort of still get away with this. A warm, cozy kind of fun. George Nissan, what were you asking Kumasawa-san? Well, I've got a good guess. It's been a year since the last time you visited the head family. Who knows what servants might have come and gone during that time? Oh, I was right. There was a girl servant he liked. Either way, it looks like he'd like to go and say hi. Oh, say hi. I wanted to say hi too. I think you meant I want to go say hi too. What the hell? That's nothing to feel guilty about, Aniki. I'm not buying it. Maria, don't be fooled. Aniki's still hiding something. More torture! Oria! Stop it! Seriously! Maria-chan, you too! Stop! Stop, 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 stop. No one's listening to him. People, when someone says stop, you should stop. Consent is important! She's probably busy cleaning or getting lunch ready. Don't worry, she'll drop by to say hi sooner or later. I'll bet you'd rather have been welcomed in by Shannon instead of that nosy Goda. Roasted! Shannon? Shannon. Ah, yeah, I remember a girl with that name. Is she still a servant? How's she doing? Oh. They in the main house now. By the way, Natsuhine-san, how's your headache been lately? It seemed pretty serious before. I have been much better lately. Oh, wow. Now this isn't an actual proper corset. Thank you for your concern. All right, here, a present for you, Natsuhine-san. Thank you very much. I'm always receiving gifts from you. Is this black tea? It's herb tea with peppermint and lemon balm. Ooh, that sounds so good. Oh, I love herbal teas. It's a blend from a well-known store and it's supposed to be good for headaches. I thought it might help you too. Rosa was always a conscientious woman. You're low on tea stuff right now? Oh no! I have a whole bunch of tea stuff that I bought last summer and I haven't gone through yet. I need to buy a new vessel so I can make chilled tea to keep it in the fridge. Because, you know, with summer coming around, it's good to have lots of stuff on hand. Probably because she was the youngest of 4 and much younger than the other 3. She managed to grow up without gaining the venomous nature of her siblings. Her kind words got Natsuhi to soften her expression for just a moment. But it wasn't enough to melt her stony gaze, hardened as it was by long years of mental stress. Oof. Being, head of the family, not an easy time, I guess. Come to think of it, you're always complaining about those headaches. Pull yourself together, Ava! Jessica-chan has her exams this year, right? That's going to be a turning point in her life. Will she really be able to rely on you as a mother if you're like that? Besides, Natsuhi-ne-san, you're 3 years younger than me, because that's how headaches work, right? Like, oh, just stop having headaches. It's fine. Get your act together. Yeah, okay, thanks. It's the blood pressure? It could also be a side effect of the back pain from carrying those things around. You should get your act together, Jesus. I apologize. I've had a tendency for headaches all my life. Even under normal circumstances, Ava sometimes failed to choose her words carefully. But her comments aimed at Natsuhi contained shards of obvious malice, even though she hid it with a smile. Yeah, it's not hidden. Of course, that fact didn't escape Natsuhi. She frantically contained her urge to grimace and pretended to ignore Ava. Our Battler-kun will have his exams this year too. Rudolph-san, shouldn't you be a little concerned as well? For the sake of your own son, you better get serious to the point of having headaches like Natsuhi-san. If I say anything, he automatically rebels. So what should I say? Should I say the opposite? That it's okay for him to mess around? Natsuhi carrying the world, she is. That's probably the only way I could get him to listen to me. Hideyoshi-san, George did really well on his exams, right? Please, you've got to teach me the trick to handling children. How about you actually have a conversation with your child? That might be a good start. Well, it's probably because I got him to understand why he should study. Studying isn't worth anything on its own. That's right. The real point of studying is to practice researching stuff on your own whenever you bump into something you don't know. If you can't do that, you can't be useful to society. I'm not talking about math or writing. You gotta learn how to learn. That's splendid. I wish our Jessica could understand that as well. Well, how about you tell her? If she is to be the heiress of the Ushinomiya family, then at this rate... Do you really have to force her into becoming the successor? After all, a woman has to find a woman's happiness. AKA get married and have kids. Women's place is in the kitchen. Parents shouldn't force such things on their children, don't you think? Like you forced it on George? Hold your horses, Ava. Each family has its own way of raising their kids. You shouldn't be pushy. Oh, I'm sorry. Natsuhi-ne-san, don't take it the wrong way. Though the light's shining in through the window, Ava was saying that, yeah, that's essentially what she was going for. That's what, a woman's gotta find a woman's happiness means in the 80s. it's a very patriarchal society, so. Though the light shining in through the window was quite warm despite the cloudy weather, there was a dark mood about the room, which was probably causing headaches for more than just Natsuhi. As if to sweep away that mood, Kirie brightly made a suggestion to all present. Still, this black tea has a really lovely aroma. Let's drink it right away. In Japan, surely you couldn't find something like Leopold's black tea anywhere but Ginza, right? I see you know a lot about it, Kirie-ne-san. I guess it was worth going to the trouble of buying it. Kirie and Rosa stood up from their seats and made as if to prepare the black tea, but Natsuhi forestalled them. I thank you both, but we can try that later. One of our people will soon be coming to bring some tea, so please relax. Leave it for later, you two. Let's enjoy our welcome drink. Rudolph gave a subtle signal with his eyes for them to sit down again. Kirie and Rosa understood instantly and obediently returned to their seats. The initial greeting of the guests was complete, so it was time for them to be served some tea. It was embarrassing for the host that the tea was late, especially now that the guests were talking about making tea themselves. Natsuhi bit her lower lip, frustrated by the ineptitude of the servants who were late bringing in the tea. Seeing her face, Ava immediately started to giggle. Nasty. Of course, Shannon had no way of knowing what was taking place in the parlor. She came pushing a serving cart piled with teacups. For no apparent reason. Natsuhi gave her a pained look, and Shannon couldn't help but flinch without knowing what she had done wrong. Excuse me. Oh, I see why George likes her. Your tea is ready. Oh, Shannon-chan, it's been a while. You keep getting prettier every time I see you. Oh, thanks. She and Kanon have to be siblings. They look alike. Save the chatting for after you've set the table. The tea will get cold. I apologize, madame. She apologized like a small frightened animal, bumped against the serving cart, and made a jarring racket as she dropped several teaspoons. Her clumsiness made Natsuhi's expression turn even darker, which made Shannon quail even more. Oh yeah, definitely like Kanon. Come on, Natsuhine-san. There's nothing wrong with exchanging a few words in greeting. The tea must be plenty cold already, considering how long we've been kept waiting. There's no need to worry. It's not cold yet. Shannon, finish setting the table quickly. I'm sorry, madame. Natsuhi's irritation was obvious by now. Nice roundabout save. Barely. The ineptitude that delayed the tea, the clumsiness of the servant. Everything pointed to the incompetence of Natsuhi's everyday leadership, making her lose face. As the person in charge of the Ushiromiya head family's kitchen, allowing that clumsiness to be exposed, today of all days, was nothing less than total humiliation. Lay off, Natsuhine-san. Don't you think it's a little harsh to bully Shannon-chan when she's trying her best? I'm not bullying anyone. What a nice aroma. May I ask what brand this is? I'm terribly sorry. I'll find out for you later. Kirie was trying to be nice, hoping to cut through the tense mood. However, Shannon had embarrassed herself instead, darkening Natsuhi's face and the room's mood. By this point, Ava was audibly giggling. What's this? Shannon-chan, don't you even know what you're pouring us? Come now, you mustn't serve something so suspicious to guess. We'll need a silver spoon at the very least before we can drink this. I'm sorry. I'll go get one immediately. Shannon-chan, do you know what silver spoons are used for? they have to be silver. Do you know why? No, A teasing smile rose to Ava's face as she stared at Shannon setting the table. By itself, Ava's expression was sweet in an impish sort of way. However, the words being spun from her lips held the keenness of a razor within them. Shannon tried with all her might to avoid Ava's continuing gaze. Realizing that Shannon was hard-pressed for an answer, Rosa gave some timely help. They say that if silver is touched by poison, it darkens. Guess you've learned something today, Shannon-chan. They were acting as though this tea needed to be tested for poison before it could be drunk. In Nasuhi's eyes, this was an insult both to the tea and to herself for serving it. Rudolph laughed flippantly and patted Ava's shoulder. Silver cutlery wouldn't do you any good, Anarchy. Just one lick of your poisonous tongue and even a silver plate would turn pitch black. Since I get to hear that poison tongue every day, I must be poison-proof myself by now. Ava, I don't mind when you use it on me, but you better hold back when talking to people who haven't built up a resistance. My, how cruel. All I did was teach Shannon-chan a bit about tea, didn't I? Damn. Everyone followed the lead set by Hideyoshi's horse laugh and chuckled, though not easily. Only Natsuhi didn't join in, but for the time being, the conversation inside the parlor could now be mistaken for a lively and friendly chat. As Shannon finally finished setting the tea table and tried to leave, Kirie apologized to her in a low voice for not being able to help. Shannon gave a light bow and made a hasty retreat. Shannon cast her eyes downwards as she pushed the cart down the corridor. Anyone seeing the way she looked might have easily concluded that she'd been bullied in some way. Don't be sad. You didn't do anything. Oh, they are siblings! I was right! I was right! You were watching. That is my role. Madame and Ava-sama can go to hell. But the worst coward is that guy. Kanan glared hatefully in the opposite direction of the parlor. The preparations for the tea had been delayed by some trifling problems in the kitchen. These problems were not Shannon's fault. Detective Dee on the case, always. In fact, it had been Goda's mistake. Fire that son of a bitch. After all, there was no way a show-off like Goda would give up a flashy job like bringing in tea when the guests arrived. He had ended up wasting time preparing the tea once again, so when he realized he would be able to score any points for this job, he pushed the task of setting the table onto Shannon, who happened to be passing by. You might call it a clever move on his part, but there could be no doubt that it was a cowardly one. It's okay, Kanon-kun. Thanks. I'm not bothered by it at all. Kanon's silence vividly expressed the distance between Shannon's words and how she actually felt. Thank you. Even if you're the only one who understands, I feel a bit better. You keep your feelings too bottled up, Nae-san. You shouldn't feel less hard. You should be less hard on yourself for once. Yeah. Thanks. Suddenly, they both felt someone's presence and whirled around. A middle-aged man stood there. It was Genji, the head servant. What are you doing there? Shannon, hurry back to the kitchen. Yes. If you'll excuse me. Damn, let the siblings talk. Shannon humbly obeyed and promptly made to push the cart and leave. However, Kanon appealed to Genji in silence, bearing something in his eyes that he could not express in words. What is it? Did something happen? Shannon didn't do anything wrong, but even so, they... Just stop it, Kanon-kun. Please excuse me. I'll return to work immediately. Kanon-kun, you should go back to your post, too. Please. If you say so, Nai-san. If that is all, then go. Yes, if you'll excuse me. From the shadows in the hallway, an old woman wearing an apron watched over them. It was Kumasawa. Poor Shannon-san, Kanon-san. There's no reason for those two to be picked on. Still, Goda-san's dislike for them is an undeniable fact. Until Goda-san was taken in by the Ushiromiya head family, I hear he worked for a fabulous hotel somewhere. The manner of work he learned there was quite impressive, I believe. It's just that Goda-san is the newest servant here. He must have a lot of pride accumulated from his previous positions. Because Shannon-san and Kano-san are his seniors here at the mansion, and yet are inexperienced and have gone through much less in life than he has. He picks on them at every chance he gets. And also, sad as it may be, they are disliked by Madame Natsuhi too. Of course, if we're talking about experience, the Madame has been in this family much longer. And yet, this is one point where I cannot help but sympathize with the Madame as well. Truly, the Master is a man with many sins on his conscience. Why didn't he realize that such a trifling whim of his would give the Madame such an inferiority complex? Of course, on the inside, even the Madame is fully aware that those two don't deserve to be treated so harshly. However, the heart has reasons that reason knows not. I feel so sorry for them. I can't do anything but watch over them from the shadows. Uh-oh! Alright, it's lunchtime. Never underestimate Grandma Rage. Never underestimate grannies. Oh, there we go. I was like, hello? Commercial break already, right? Hang on. Oops. There we go. I was gonna say, it's been a bit since we saved, so I should probably do it just to be safe. Not the sound of the glass when you exit the menu. That's jarring. Anyway, there were both girls and guys here. Plus, we had people over a wide spread of ages, adult, high school, and elementary school. Even if we just talked about our own lives, the other three kept listening attentively. Ooh. My nose is itchy. Oh god, allergies. One sec. Peh. There we go. God. Someone get rid of the pollen, please. We deal with dried, flowers and, like, plants and stuff at the apothecary, so it doesn't trigger my allergies, but I think I'm getting used to all this. Jessica and Maria have grown more than I could have imagined in the past 6 years. I mean, Maria was like 4 years old, so... To be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but talking like this, I guess that on the inside, nothing's really changed since back then. I agree. You haven't changed a bit, even after 6 years. Even though your body's gone gigantic, you're still a kid inside. Ugh! I'm a kid too! Well, even you aren't gonna be a kid forever, are you, Maria? I mean, you're gonna transform from a kid into a cute young lady, aren't you? And when that happens... Yo! Don't say that to a 9-year-old. What's wrong with you? Promise? No! No! No, Maria-chan! You can't make that kind of promise! That's bad! Oh? I promise. Oh, no! Not even Keiichi's this bad. I keep my promises! Maria, you really are an honest, good girl. Her mother is going to rip your head off. The guy you marry's gonna be really lucky. What if she's a lesbian, huh? Hey, stop trying to change the subject by making it sound pretty. Maria, that promise never happened. Never. The promise is cancelled? As I thought, without Battler in our little quartet, this group of cousins just didn't feel complete. These 6 years have been kind of lonely. That's true. We didn't really goof off like this. Still, we did have some pretty constructive conversations, right? Stuff about preparing for a future, exam taking, finding jobs. Oh, I'm so sorry. Now that I'm here, we just talk about stupid stuff and mess around. But I'm having more fun this year. Ooh! That's true. I agree this year's the most fun yet. And it'll be the last fun you ever have. Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone present. George Aniki stroked Maria's head, and she giggled like a happy kitten. Kittens don't giggle. Hello? Pardon me. Your meal is ready. A timid knocking sound in the equally timid voice of a young woman came through the door. Jessica answered brightly. Shannon, come in! You remember Battler, right? Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. There stood a servant girl who must have been about our age. It's been quite some time since we last met, Battler-sama. It's nice to see you after 6 years. It's me, Shannon. Trembling a little as she noticed me, she bowed deeply. Ah, Jessica had me surprised, but look at you, Shannon-chan. You've turned into a total beauty too, haven't you? You are too kind. Still, the food on this island must be really nutritious, huh? Shut up. What's with that face? Stop. 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 With both hands poised and saliva dribbling from my mouth, I closed in. For the sake of justice and my personal honor, I like to point out that I did suffer from strange disease that makes my lymph nodes inch until I scratch my neck open, and which can only be prevented by falling bees. What the Higurashi reference? This is just a Battler-style method of communication. If I slowly close in on her like this, odds are 8 out of 10 that I get slapped or clobbered, right? So I can use this Battler-sama original technique to spark a gag like that and break the ice! Well, it also meant I really do get to touch them on that 1 in 10 chance, though, right? Like that never happened! This is just sexual harassment. Save her, George! She blushed and lowered her head, but she just stood there with both hands politely joined in front of her, not even trying to resist. Hey, I wasn't planning on this! Please hit me right now or I'm seriously gonna just stop. Just say, just kidding! Which is why I was glad that Jessica chose that time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Ow! Thank you so much, Jessica! Why the hell are you thanking me? Seriously, my bad, Shannon-chan. I almost got overwhelmed. More importantly, anyone who gets that close has got to be a molester. You gotta fight back when people do that. But you are an important guest, Battler-sama. Now look here, a pervert's a pervert, whether he's a guest or not. An air defense identification range of about 10 centimeters. What a sentence. When someone trespasses within 2 centimeters, that's already an invasion of airspace, so you better scramble the jets immediately and give them an instant slap. I couldn't do such a thing, because we are, furniture. Of course she didn't want her breast touched, but if a guest so desired, she was prepared to sacrifice herself, Jesus. A girl like that needs some urgent protection from you. To think such devoted girls still existed in this era. It's enough to make a man dizzy. But no! No! I'm coming out. Oh, stop! What the hell is going on here? This game can't end until you deliver the punchline, so slap me! Please! He's so freaking weird. Like, Keiichi has his moments, but what the hell is this? I cannot fulfill your request because I'm furniture, but if it were an order, I'd obey you, because that is my duty. Then I'll make it an order. The next time Badlacum tries to touch you, counterattack with a slap. Got it? Yes! As you wish. From now on, that's what I'll do. Please understand, Battler-sama. Shannon-chan announced this while bowing elegantly to me. It's like they put Keiichi and me on in one. You know? Yeah, I can see that. As much as I love, like, 90s and, like, early 2000s anime, it was such a time. Like, all the anime with romance and stuff was really just like this, and it's like, why? Even when we watched Kadocha, it's like bunch of, like, 12-year-olds sexually harassing each other. It's like, why? Please stop. I gave her a thumbs up to show her I was fine with that. Not the thumbs up. "6 years ago, you might have been mistaken for a servant's daughter who lent a hand at your parents' work. But now you're a full-fledged adult servant. How long have you been working here?" "Well, I've had the pleasure of serving this household for about 10 years. Shannon, so that's sand in sound. The kanji for her name are read as Shannon. Now here's another name that's far from typical for a Japanese person. Back in the day, I was a kid, so I accepted her name without paying it much attention. Thinking about it now, though, her name's pretty unusual, even though she's not a member of the Ushiromiya family. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something. If so, that might explain why her name's so similar to Kanon-kun, that kid I met earlier in the Rose Garden. Since she was 6 years old? Jesus. That's that's Grandpa's illegitimate child right there. If you've got a 6-year-old servant and her parents don't work here, that is someone's illegitimate child. That's just how these things work. Her appearance had changed so much that I couldn't match her to the person of my memories, but we both knew each other 6 years ago. The shy part of her had always been there, but she did seem to have developed the allure you would expect of a girl her age. Yeah, I'm skipping that line. The kid we met earlier, Kanon-kun, is her little brother. He's not exactly my little brother. Still, he loves me like a big sister. Did cause you any trouble, did he? Do you think it was the same mistress slash mother? Hard to say. Like, if you have an actual mistress, and, like, everyone just barely tolerates it, because, like, oh, well, he's the head of the family, he gets whatever he wants, then it's possible for the same mistress to have multiple illegitimate children? But if it's just an affair that happened, then it's unlikely. I mean, it's just him and his staff on the island. True. Man, I don't want to think about what could have gone on here. Hoi, 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 hoi. Especially since it seems like Grandma Ushiromiya has passed away at some point. Bro's just completely unchecked. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he? Ha 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 ha. Well, that's suspicious. He's the same as always. If only he were just a bit more sociable, so he got a hobby. Dark magic. Yeah. He's something. I apologize if he's caused you any trouble. Nah, he didn't cause any trouble at all. As a fellow man, I understand how moody you can get at that age. It's no surprise he's unsociable. Oh, I get called that all the time too. I get called unsociable. Oh my god. Who's gonna tell her? Who's gonna tell her? You aren't unsociable at all, Maria-sama. Wanted to be like him. You said the meal was ready, right? Ah! Yes. I'm sorry. Your meal has been fully prepared, so please allow me to guide you all to the mansion. Shannon bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job. We got up off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further. So, shall we go? Everyone's probably hungry, right? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Goda-san's food. That guy was apparently a chef at this famous hotel, so he's super good at cooking. Then how the fuck did he mess up the tea? Let's go! We're gonna stuff ourselves like pigs. Ooh, like pigs! No, no. You can't take everything Battler Kun says seriously, okay? Because he's always just joking around. Okay, let's go. Under Shannon's guidance, we headed towards the mansion. Do, 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 do. Met once again by the magnificent rose garden, we continued onwards. As the intimidating mansion of the Ushinomiya head family came into view. It's like Gordon Ramsay messing up a simple French toast. He's his blind spot. Tea should not be that hard to mess up. You just gotta boil the water to the right temperature. The building was gorgeous on the surface, but old as it was, equipment such as its AC and heating were apparently quite frail. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough, what with all the drafts. Haven't these people ever heard of a kotatsu? In a Western-style mansion? As we entered the entrance, an aged servant greeted us. Now him, I remember. Genji-san, who had been working here longer than anyone, filled the role of head servant. Yeah, that is exactly how you would expect Genji to be spelt. It's origin, and then, successive, I believe, is the second kanji. The gen in Genji is also the gen in Genshin, so. Battler-sama, it has been quite some time since we last met. As our eyes met, he greeted me with a calm, composed voice. His bow wasn't as graceful or refined as Goda's, but despite its simplicity, it communicated his feelings very well. Genji-san, it really has been a while. You look well. Thank you, I have been quite well. And Battler-sama, you have become a splendid young man. You are beginning to resemble the master in his youth. I look like grandfather? Guess that means grandfather was pretty popular. From here on, I shall take Shannon's place and accompany you. Please, come this way. Genji's like, I'm not even gonna touch that with a 20-foot pole. Shannon-chan bowed deeply and watched us leave. After that, we headed towards the dining hall under Genji-san's guidance. Genji-san, just like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His appearance was exactly the same as in my memories from 6 years ago. It was as though time had stopped since the last time we met. Genji-san was an extremely quiet and diligent person. He was basically grandfather's close aide or caregiver. And you might even call him grandfather's companion of many years. In fact, it seemed he was by grandfather's side even more often than my late grandmother was. According to Jessica, grandfather trusted him more than any of his blood relatives. But I wonder how long he served. I never got the details. But I heard something about him being here since the very beginning when this mansion was first constructed. Which would mean that he's dedicated half of his life to serving here. It's easy to see why he's so trusted. as we passed through a massive hall that extended up into the second story of the mansion with no separating floor. I spotted something that hadn't existed in my memory of 6 years ago. I like how the music suddenly stops, like it comes to a trill, and then the strain. Beatrice? Ah, yes, Beatrice. Sort of shows the shift in tone. Yup. It was an awfully big portrait hanging right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped walking, captivated by it. Since I'd stopped so fast, Maria, who was following behind me, ran into my back. Sorry. Hey, Jessica, has this picture always been here? I pointed at the big, prominently displayed portrait in the hall. Everyone else stopped too. Oh, right. When you last came here, that hadn't been hung yet, had it? When was it again? Well, if my memory doesn't fail me, it was put on display sometime around the year before last. You're correct, sir. In April of the year before last, the master put it on display there, having previously ordered a painter to create it. Grandfather did that? So he paid to have it painted just for him, huh? The portrait suited this Western-style mansion, and that woman in the elegant dress gave off a sense of refinement. I couldn't have guessed her age, but her sharp eyes and the strong will she seemed to possess made her look youthful. She seemed somehow different from the composed, middle-aged women you often see in famous pictures. If she'd had normal black hair, I might have assumed it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, she had beautiful blonde hair and didn't look Japanese at all. So, just who is this lady? Maria answered that simple question enthusiastically, as though proud she knew the answer. Oh, I know! She's Beatrice! Beatrice. She's a witch. Did you ever hear stories about her? Long ago? A witch? I didn't know we were in that kind of story. You mean the witch of this island? I think I already said this, but Okanjima is a small island, only 10 kilometers in circumference. However, that's actually pretty massive considering that only the Ushinomiya family lives here. So only the harbor and the area around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as it was when it was uninhabited. The vast and empty forest had absolutely no lights, phones, or people passing through. To understand how dangerous that is, you need to forget your common sense as a city dweller. After all, if you happen to fall down a hole in the depths of the forest and sprain your ankle, no one would come save you, no matter how much you cried or screamed. Then, once the sun went down, the forest would be wrapped in complete darkness since there were no streetlights. And since there were no signs, it'd be easy to get lost and confused, losing your sense of direction inside that dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place. But to the people of bygone eras, before the lights of civilization drove out the night, forests were as geographically separated from civilization as the sea. They were oceans above the ground. Fishermen who go out into the ocean are putting their lives at risk despite their technical knowledge. In the same way, hunters who go out to the forest are in danger despite having specialized knowledge of their own. If children were to go and play in such a dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Someone's parents must have thought so. Maybe grandmother first said it. Or maybe it was grandfather himself. Or perhaps the story's been passed down on this island since ancient times. There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in. At some point, this ghost story of Rokenjima was born. This is the legend of Rokenjima's witch. That's why, when we talk about a witch on this island, we're referring to the master of that vast and savage forest. Come to think of it, when I stayed at this mansion as a little kid, during those eerie nights when the wind and rain pounded on the windows, I remember being terrified by a story of the forest witch who roamed around searching for human sacrifices. So, Beatrice, huh? When Aniki mentioned it, I searched my memory and was sure I recalled hearing a name like that when I was little. I see. Still, I totally forgot that the witch in that legend had an elegant name like Beatrice. So, did grandfather go out of his way to have a portrait made just because we grandchildren didn't believe the story? She's the witch from grandfather's delusions. Ever since he had this picture hanged, he's been having a harder and harder time telling the difference between truth and fantasy. To us, she's just a witch that exists in grandfather's mind. But to him, she's a being that exists on this island. Exists. He says he had this painting made because the rest of us would be incapable of understanding otherwise. The whole thing's creepy as hell. Milady, this portrait is precious to the master. I beg of you, do not say such things in front of him. I know. Even if you didn't tell me, I'd never do something like that. Jessica glanced at the portrait with an irritated gaze before turning away. Let's go. We're making everyone wait in the dining room. I'm hungry! Only a small portion of this island was controlled by the Ushiromiya family. All of the longless remainder was the domain of the witch Beatrice. You might even call her the true ruler of Rokenjima. I felt a faint revival of that unsettling sense of misfortune, which I felt when I learned of the god's shrine being struck by lightning. I remembered that Kumasawa-san tried to tell an ominous story about Rokenjima before Jessica stopped her. I don't know what she was planning to tell us about this island. But I do know one thing. It isn't the Ushiromiya family that rules Rokenjima. It's the witch, Beatrice. That's right. After all, this is the witch's island. Battler! You're so slow! When I looked around, everyone was already heading towards the dining room. I hurriedly chased after them. anyway, mood shift time. We walked up to the huge double doors that led to the dining room. Genji-san knocked. "I have brought the children. Please pardon the intrusion." The doors were opened, and we were invited inside. The dining room, which looked exactly like you'd imagine a rich person's dining room to be, had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make the guests conscious of their rank. Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that ordering. "You're late, brats. Well, excuse us, princess. Hurry up and take a seat." The old bastard pressed us to sit. The only gaps in that group of people were the spots we were supposed to sit, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seat at the head of the table, called the incipent's chair, was for the most highly ranked, reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for dramatic effect. From the perspective of someone facing the incipent's chair head-on, the seating order went from left to right, with the lower ranking seats progressing in rows of two further away from it. So the left-hand side of the first row, closest to the incipent's chair, was where Uncle Kraus should have sat, since he was the second highest in rank. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet. So that seat was empty. Everything's gotta be a contest. Yup. Gotta know your place, apparently. Across from his chair, on the right side of the first row, sat the eldest daughter of the family, Ava, who was the third highest in rank. The left-hand side of the second row was for the fourth highest in rank. There sat my damned dad, Rudolph, the third of the siblings. Across from him, on the right side of the second row, sat Aunt Rosa, the youngest sibling. At that point, you might expect their husbands and wives to come next. But nope, the left-hand seat in the third row, rank number 6, belonged to Jessica. Damn, can't even let spouses sit together. Gotta make sure the outsiders know you are nothing to us. Sit at the end of the table. Opposite her was George Aniki. I sat next to Jessica, and Maria sat across from me. Then finally, next to me on the left-hand side on the 5th row, sat Aunt Natsuhi, the 10th highest in rank. Sheesh! She's married to the heir apparent, but she's the 10th. God. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. Next to Aunt Natsuhi, in the 6th row and the final seat on the left-hand side, sat Kirie-san. The seat opposite to Kirie-san was empty, even though silverware had been set there and everything. According to this ranking system, that spot was where Aunt Rosa's husband should be sitting. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Normally, ranking systems of this sort gave spouses equal position as their partners. But the Ushino family Miya's system was unique. Guess it's full feudalism? Apparently. Maybe it's a remnant of male chauvinism. Uh-huh. If you start with the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, then the children of direct descent would come first, directly followed by the grandchildren. Jesus Christ. Like I said, I was waiting for the women's places in the kitchen stuff to kick in, but I was not expecting this. In other words, spouses have no blood ties and are therefore placed at the end of the line. It's terrible, but by this system, my grandmother would be ranked even lower than me if she were still alive. In their youth, they obey their father. After they get married, their husband. After aging, their children. There's the old saying, women have no home in any realm. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, guess who just got ice pops? Ooh, gimme! I thought it was so great that we could all chat in our little groups. Adult siblings with adult siblings and cousins with cousins. However, now that I re-examined the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs up some very complicated feelings in me. Thank you for the ice pop! And Natsuki, who is married to the eldest son, and was the de facto number 2 in managing this family, sat to my right, which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was hard to imagine what might be going on inside her heart. That's why I made a small apologetic gesture towards her before sitting down. How nice to see you, Battler-kun. You've grown quite tall, haven't you? Oh, yep. 6 long years of eating well, sampling various cuisines, and deriving sustenance from Mother Earth's bountiful gifts. Hard work, but I pulled through. Growing just like a boy, I see. How tall are you now? I guess about 180 centimeters? But not Natsuki. That's where you're supposed to say, heck, sounds like all you did was eat. Huh? Oh! I'm sorry. After a short pause, she did laugh with me, but it seemed she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. Hoi! Ah, yes, a very normal name. So, Natsu is summer, and the he is princess. So literally hot princess? I mean, if you want to read it that way, it's more like summer princess. I know you guys are joking, but if we wanted to be very technical, if they wanted to name her hot princess, they would have named her Atsuhi. Because Atsu means hot, or like warm. Is it simpler if I just call her Jessica's mother? I mean, saying she's my father's older brother's wife isn't exactly complicated. Some more heat concept for Atsuhi? Correct. So you've probably, from watching anime, you've heard like atatakai to mean like, oh, like this is hot or like this is warm kind of thing. That uses the kanji for Atsu. She hardly ever spoke with us kids, and all my memories of her involved talking to the adults about complicated things with a scary look on her face. Natsuhi is more the season, correct. That's why I said she's got a very normal name compared to everyone else. Like, even Maria's name is a little more exotic, but Natsuhi is like a super normal name. Like, it might be a little rare, but like, that's like, yeah, that's about how I would have expected her name to be spelt. The other, I think, common kanji combination for Natsuhi would be like summer sun or like summer day. But summer princess makes sense because she's like, you know, a noble lady, basically. In fact, since we hardly ever exchange words, I spent a long time trying to figure out how I should approach her. Though my efforts seem to have ended in failure. Like, yeah, like, Natsuhi would be like, you know, the same category of name as like Haruhi, basically. Like, not exactly super common, but like decently, like, normal enough anyway. The silverware sat neatly on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in yet. As a general rule, you couldn't start a meal until the person sitting at the head of the table arrived. So as long as grandfather didn't come, lunch would be put on hold indefinitely. Damn! It's not a full Kira Kira name? No, it's not a Kira Kira name at all. It's like, I wouldn't be able to tell you how common of a name it is, but Natsuhi is very much like a normal Japanese name. Like the same way Hideyoshi is also a normal Japanese name. And Kirie is also pretty normal, though from my understanding a little old-fashioned, but like the spouses all have super normal names because, you know, they're not from this messed up family. John levels? More like, you know, a Stephanie or like a Michael kind of thing. Like a decently common name you hear, but not like super often kind of thing. Or like maybe Ian, something like that. Like definitely like you've known someone in your life with that name, but it's not like there weren't like, you know, 6 of them in your class. Because, ending a name, like for girls, especially during this time period, ending your name, the name with ko, was super common. So Natsuko would be like an incredibly common name. So Natsuhi, little more unusual, but still decently common. I don't know the trend for boys' names as well, but names ending in Yoshi I've seen quite a bit about. So, seems pretty normal. Not even the appetizers would arrive. Damn, imagine just sitting here because Grandpa's doing black magic. Simply put, the silence in this room was caused by our parents enduring their hunger while they waited for grandfather to arrive. Satoshi is a classic. Yeah, Satoshi's a classic. A name ending in Suke is also pretty classical from what I remember. Anything ending in like ro, also super classic because that's generally used to mean like son, or so it's like, you know, Ichiro first son, Jiro second son, you know, onwards it goes. However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time to meals like this. He was the kind of person who would never be so late that it kept everyone waiting, especially after the entire group had arrived. Grandfather's pretty late. So some people being named Kid 1, Kid 2? Essentially, yeah. Names with numbers also just generally, because like, Soji? You could spell it with the kanji for 2 if you wanted to, for example. So like, you could give that to like your second kid. Well, that might have been true 6 years ago, but it hasn't been that way lately. In fact, he's off in his own little world so often that he doesn't even show up at family meals. Still, I figured he'd at least come down today. Or when they name them after the colors, true. And again, I feel a lot more relaxed and happy without him. Jessica! When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck out her tongue and looked away. Just a customary thumbs up to let people eat, literally. Like, sit, do something, anything. No way around it. Might as well wait until our host arrives. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. Damn. Ushiro Miya Kenzo. So this is... Kin is gold. And the Zo here, it's... Is that Oregon? I think so. So, I mean, the name Kinzo itself is old-fashioned but decently normal, but I think the kanji is a little weird. This man could be seen in his study. The clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. With his spectacles on, he built up a growing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently. You couldn't really say that he was having too much fun to stop. Rather, he filled the room with a sense of impatience, or perhaps a sense of impending danger, as though every second wasted was a tragedy. In this sealed room, a dense dust danced through the air, which was thick with the stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. Kinzo is very early 90s. Oh yeah, I mean, he's like 80-something years old, so that's why I was like, oh yeah, Kinzo's pretty normal name, just very old-fashioned. The kanji used might be a little unusual, that I don't know, but... These odors were somehow sweet and heavy. If anyone with a normal nose came in here, first thing they'd do would be open a window and ventilate this room. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while. A voice calling "Father" sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hands and slammed it onto the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door. Silence! Enough with that racket! Who told you the door would be opened if you but knocked? I'll crucify the imbecile, Jesus Christ! Do you wish to suffer the same fate? Damn, Father. This is the day of the family conference, which happens only once a year, is it not? Isn't there poison that smells sweet? There is indeed. What is it? I think it's arsenic that smells like almonds? There's something very poisonous that smells like almonds. I can't remember. Everyone's gathered down below. Please come out. Kraus called out for his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in the study, hating it when nearly anyone, even his family, entered the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call to him from the corridor like this. Molest me not? Excuse me? Just who is this everyone of which you speak? Do you mean the fools trying to drag me out of here? Then kill them? Put a pot in that hearth to boil the wormwood. Force the imbeciles who try to lure me out of here to drink the broth of the apocalypse. I think it's time for Grandpa to get committed to the asylum. Have my demonic absinthe prepared? Jesus. The whispering of the green fairy reaches me no longer? Oh my god. So he really is just been drinking absinthe this whole time. No wonder he is insane. On the other side of the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who stubbornly refused to come out. Oh, that's the son? Damn. Looks like someone who would stab his dad in his sleep. Looks like he hates me to the core. My voice doesn't even reach him anymore. Kraus shrugged as though saying it's no use, and smiled bitterly. From the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he had tried as a formality. Kinzo-san, your sons, daughters, and grandchildren have come to see you, have they not? Tons of Dio vibes? Oh, absolutely. Could you just let them see your face, if only for a short while? Shut up! Be silent! You dare to admonish me, Nanjo? I never told anyone to get you. I told them to get Genji. Now call for him immediately. Time is short and the apostles are already readying their trumpets. So why can't you foolish sheep understand? Jesus Christ. Slammed an old heavy book against the table over and over. Oh my god. This man should not have been enabled for this long. Someone get the tranquilizers. Like, I am 100% serious. This man is a danger to himself and everyone around him. That racket clearly expressed his grave displeasure. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide, as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled, "Why? Why is there always something in my way? I would throw it all away. I would offer up everything, and there is only one thing I ask in repayment. Oh, Beatrice, if I could see your smiles but one more time, I would plunder the smiles of the earth and offer them all up to you." Okay, Grandpa. I mean, it's sad that you're crying, but, like, you are insane. Commanders of the legions of locusts, reap the smiles of the earth. Everything is filthy. Everything is irksome. Why must I suffer this impediment on this most precious of days? Yeah, don't get yourself worked up, sir. I have no idea what he's yelling about. He's probably lost his mind by now. Klaus-san, isn't it a bit harsh to say such a thing of your own father? I mean, yes. But also, it's kind of factual. My father is already dead. There's nothing here but a phantom of what father once was. He could have just canceled it? I don't think this man even understands what day of the week it might be, let alone, like, events. Like, I think he is that far gone. So, like, Kraus technically should have been the one to cancel it. But it seems like, they're sort of in that delicate position of when the elders start, experiencing dementia or Alzheimer's, but they have moments of lucidity, which makes it really hard to, like, you know, fully take control of the situation. So that kind of seems like the situation they're in, especially since Genji still calls him master. So he wouldn't let anyone go against what Kinzo wants, which is really dumb. He might have used it to demonstrate it to the family, so it's unanimous. Yeah. At any rate, as long as he has no intention of coming out, there's nothing we can do. Kinzo-san. Choking coughs continued to pour from the study. I'm going back downstairs. It would be a waste to let the fruits of Goto's prized cooking talent get any colder. It's one of the few things our relatives can look forward to when they come to this house. Kraus spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew would be in vain. Genji-san? Father is calling for you. Keep him company. Certainly. Dr. Nanjo? Let's go eat. If we stay here any longer, the sweet stench will ruin our sense of taste. Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. How to take care of your own grandfather in a state like that? Yeah, my last remaining grandmother is similarly, like, I haven't seen her in 10, 13 years. Like, she's one of those people that have lived with dementia for a crazy long time. But, like, even 10 years ago, she started to confuse me from my mother. And because I no longer lived in the same city, I'm like, as much as it sucks, I should probably go no contact, because my very existence is stressing her out. Because she doesn't know why her daughter is suddenly, who she thinks is her daughter is suddenly, you know, denying being her daughter and, like, you know, all that stuff. So it's tough. It's tough to deal with this kind of stuff. And, Grandma Amelis was with it for just long enough that it took a really long time to get her the help she needed, because she was just with it enough to be able to fake the tests. So it's like, you could have a reasonable conversation with her and, like, you know, tell her, I'm like, you're really not doing well. Like she thought people were stealing stuff from her room. She thought like the paintings were talking to her, like stuff like that. But, like, trying to get someone who is somewhat still with it to realize that they have essentially lost their marbles is really difficult. So yeah, she kept faking her way through the test, and it was only once she got bad enough that she couldn't fake it anymore that, like, finally she was able to get into, like, a lockdown unit. And then now she's no longer in a lockdown unit because she's completely nonverbal, and, like, she was already legally blind, so yeah, she can't go anywhere. Very, very liked at the home, though. Apparently, a lot of the nurses like to just go sit with her. Because, like, she had been there for so long that, like, she's been in that same home since even before she was fully, lost to the dementia. So I'm like, aw, that's nice. It's one of those things where it's like, you don't realize the impact you have on people's lives until, you know, you're gone or, like, mostly gone. But yeah. Genji urged Nanjo to go and eat. I think at least partially part of the problem is, for Grandma Melis, her first language was French. Because apparently when Mama Melis tells her to do something in French, sometimes, like, Grandma Melis will respond better than if it's just in English. But yeah, Nanjo glanced between the study door and Krause's back as the latter disappeared down the stairs, then let out a deep sigh. Oh! Okay, so it wasn't like... In that case, it wasn't like true dementia / Alzheimer's. It was other mental health stuff. Interesting. That's correct. Yeah, that's wild. Sorry, Genji-san, but please allow me to leave this in your hands. Yes, please leave it to me. Do what you can to avoid giving him alcohol. That's a habit that's far too difficult to break. Is Genji not here yet? Okay. Who dares keep Genji from coming? Jesus. Please, allow me to handle the situation here. Very well. Forgive me. Nanjo bowed slightly and descended the stairs. Genji, please don't enable this son of a bitch. Genji watched him leave, then knocked on the study door. Master, it's Genji. Genji? Why have you kept me waiting for so long? You're alone, I trust? Correct. I am alone. Kinzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. Damn! He locks them out? After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kinzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study. Oh yeah, this is dementia. Straight up. Or perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things that, to him, were imported research materials, leaving him in a terrible mood. Kinzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission, and thereby sealing himself in a jail of his own making. Genji, whom he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that didn't always hold. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even Genji wouldn't be able to enter. Thank you for the resub, Jambola! Hello! Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, unable to even see Kinzo's face. And most of the time, what they got could hardly be called a conversation. And thank you for subscribing! Woo! However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it just wasn't worth the effort to disturb the aging family head. It was impossible to please, and always stayed shut in his study, immersed in his research. Taking advantage of his refusal to leave his room, they supported his isolation, putting his care entirely in the hands of the servants. Genji, my usual. I'm busy. Yes, sir. Genji headed to the corner of the study. What was this about? Avoid giving him alcohol if you can? Genji, you're enabling him. They are suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. They were actually liquor, but considering the shady atmosphere of this room, one might easily suspect them of being some ghastly poison. I mean, alcohol is technically a poison. Took him less than 5 seconds, literally. Inside the study, the mysterious collection of books gathered by Kinzo had grown into a mountain. There were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. Then again, Kinzo still outranks Krause, sure, but I don't know. If I was head servant, I would probably be more concerned with saving my master's life than just blindly doing whatever he wanted. Because, you know, this isn't frickin' the feudal era where someone else would put you to the sword if you disobeyed your master. If Genji poured all the alcohol out the window, no one would do a thing. No one would do a thing. Let's be real. There would be zero consequences. But if you tried to call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say... He probably thinks it's the Edo era? Yeah, probably. Called them grimoires? Oh, he is absolutely... Unless Kinzo disowns him over it? Genji? Genji's the servant. The worst he could do is fire him. And that would require everyone else following Kinzo's orders. Like, he's a crazy old man. He can't do shit. Like, literally, all Nanjo as a medical professional has to do is declare him officially mentally unfit. And that's it. Nothing Kinzo says or does has any weight anymore. That's literally all Nanjo has to do. The fact he will not means he's a coward. Because you have to set up, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Power of attorney has to be set up before the person actually, like, you know, loses their marbles. Since that was not done in advance, the only person who can essentially take that away would be a doctor who determines that this person is no longer capable of making their own decisions. But I want Kinzo to throw magic missiles at everyone? Then they can't give consent anymore. Correct. That's the thing, right? And that's set up so, you know, someone can't try and use a power of attorney situation to take advantage of a family member who is, who's no longer able to make their own decisions. Like, it still happens. But at least the power of attorney was set up before, so it's like, yeah, if the power of attorney takes advantage of, like, the elderly family member, that's fucked up, but it was technically what the person wanted when they were still able to make informed consent. So yeah, in the absence of these situations, then it comes down to medical professionals to make the call. Because, like, family can make these calls with permission. But, like, you know, for example, if, like, a family member is like, oh, we want you guys to try and resuscitate so-and-so if they, like, go into cardiac arrest. But if the patient had signed the form saying, do not resuscitate me, and they were still able, in a condition, to give informed consent, then it doesn't matter what the family wants. But in this situation, I do not think Kinzo is capable of giving informed consent about anything. So, yeah, literally someone should have stepped in and stopped all this already. And even if we get into the legality of whether or not that could do it, they're on a frickin' island. There's no police here. They can do whatever the frick they want. They could take Grandpa out back and put him out of his misery if they really wanted to, and no one would be the wiser, like... The carelessly strewn about books contained many illustrations, all of them of a religious or mysterious nature, including some depicting demonically grotesque subjects or bizarre diagrams of various magic circles. And above all, a sweet, poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and noses of those who entered for the first time. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji prepared Kinzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. No one would even think of drinking such an ominous dark green liquid in that complex and ornate glass, unless someone first told them it was alcohol. He poured a little into the glass. Then he placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a pitcher over it. Oh yeah, this is straight up absinthe. Strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the dark green liquid turned a cloudy white. It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused a chemical reaction and made the drink become even more unrecognizable as liquor. Then, Genji added original flavors Kinzo loved, fine-tuning its taste. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swings when he drank it, and it had taken Kinzo many decades to learn how to do it right. Kinzo placed the glass on a tray. Genji placed the glass on a tray and walked over to Kinzo. But this time, Kinzo was gazing out the window. "Here, master. Thank you." Kinzo had regained his composure, but was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments ago. Yeah, it's rough when they have moments of clear lucidity like this. Looking at this man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazed down at the scenery beyond the window, he projected a sense of dignity and intelligence. To allow Kinzo to set his glass down at any time, Genji motionlessly waited beside Kinzo and to his left, as though he were a living sideboard. Then, without averting his eyes from the window, Kinzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it upon the tray, but a motion to hand the glass over to Genji. "Drink, my friend. Your words are too kind for me. No need for ceremony between us. Drink, my friend. Thank you." "Ew, don't drink the absinthe." Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. After that, he gulped it down. "I attempted to imitate your concoction, but no matter how much I try, I cannot replicate the taste. The way you make it is pure relish. Thank you very much. It is the fruit of your guidance, master." Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at a close friend's old, unshakable habits. "We have grown old together. I stopped counting the years long ago. It is entirely thanks to you, master, that I have been able to live like this until today." Kinzo gave a faint smile, as if to say he didn't need any flattery. "Until now, you have served me exceedingly well. My sons call me eccentric. The servants that were once many have all quit in fear of me." Oh, so it's your fault! Only you serve me, even now. Your words are more than I deserve. My life will not last much longer. My sons are vultures lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands. Kraus is a fool who squanders money like water, who throws away 2 gold coins to obtain 1. And then he has the gall to claim that he's earned money. Ava is a slave to money who thinks of me as a mere chicken. When I die, she plans to use my bones to make a broth. I don't think it's that bad. That dunce Rudolph just wants to fool around with women. Rosa bore the baby of a man who came from nowhere and about whom we know nothing. Jessica's incompetent and uneducated. George has none of what it takes to be a man. Battler is a fool who threw away the honor of the Ushinomiya family. And Maria is obscene to the eye. Wow! What a wonderful grandfather. Thank you for the posture check, hydrate, stretch, and head pat! Why is the Ushinomiya blood so incompetent? I mean, blame yourself, sir. Is there no one worthy to inherit the glory I built? I think that's your own fault. Of course, I know this is part of Beatrice's curse. I know it. You golden witch, are you trying to take revenge against me? If you want to hate me, then do so. If you want to run away, then run. I think she's already gone. I won't let you go. 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 You bro. You must always be in my arms? For all my life? It's too late. I think she's dead. You must stay in my birdcage for all eternity, whispering only to me. Beatrice, why won't you smile back at me? I don't know. Maybe because you treat her like an object. And there he goes again. After howling, Kinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and glass down and rubbed his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this. Thank you, my friend. He's an angry, sober, sad drunk. God. When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. Oops, it was like seeing 2 different people, a wild Kenzo and a composed Kinzo, living together inside one body. And so, I have decided. I cannot bear to spend my dimmed remaining years procrastinating like this. If I have one final coin to bet, then I choose to abandon it to the whims of the demon's roulette. The power of magic is always determined by the risk of the gamble. Like visiting a shrine at the Hour of the Ox, an ancient Japanese sorcery to hang a cursed doll to a tree. Hour of the Ox, that is 1 in the morning, if I remember right. Because the Hour of the Rat is midnight. Magical power is produced specifically because of the risks that it will be seen within the 7 days the curse takes. The greater the risk, the stronger the magic power will be. Many miracles that happen in myth might be called the crystallization of shocking magic power, but the low probability of occurrence and astronomical risk. That Moses parted the waters of the sea was not a miracle of God. The risk of that desperate situation, cornered by soldiers on the Red Sea shores, weighed upon the scales of slaughter and gave birth to that miraculous magic power. The same thing occurred again on the same scale. The sea would surely fail to part. After all, Moses was able to magnificently summon a miracle engraved on but one of the countless, innumerable results of the roulette of those with power. This is the force that can trump over astronomical odds. Indeed, good fortune that can grasp miracles is magical power itself. To obtain this mighty power, one must face the risk of despair. I think you're already there. Those who possess no magical power may call that desperation rather than a bet. However, people who truly do possess magic power can grasp hold of that miracle and make the enigma come into being. And if that power exists within me, I'll seize that miracle. I'll have a chance at making the wish I devoted my life towards come true. Kinzo looked up at the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in the skies. If only I were capable of grasping that miracle. Oh, Beatrice, show me your lovely smile once more. No matter how much time passes, your face does not vanish. I just want to see your smile. I'll return everything you granted me. I'll return all the glory I've gained since that day. I don't need fortune, prestige, or gold. I'll return everything you gave me. I just want to see your smile. I beg you. And here he goes again. His nonsensical yells became a scream, and then a wail. Kizo slumped to the floor, tearing at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lamentations. Anyway, it's time for lunch. Well. Seems like a good place to stop for the day. So there's Kraus. All the other family members. Alright. Bon appetit! The old man rant has finished. Yup. He's busy attacking the floor. Lunch will have to wait for another day. Yep, lunch will wait for another day. I have the schedule for the week technically already put up, but we'll see how I feel. We'll see if I want to slip in some more UMINEKO before next week. But for now, let me think here. Announcements. Tomorrow is a rest day for me. So I will see you guys on Tuesday. And for those of you who are in the Discord or want to join the Discord, it is our anime watch-along night. We're watching some more Prince of Tennis. That'll be in 3 hours. So here you go. Yeah, Chabola with the tennis. Beautiful. So yes. Now, let's see who I can send you guys to for a raid. Good time to join since an arc just ended, true? Yes, that's right. It's like a bunch of little standalone episodes. Probably slip in next series. Prince of Tennis is long. We might... Yeah, we already discussed that we're probably not gonna watch the whole series in one go. Like, so we're probably gonna go up until, like, around episode, like, 50, and then, like, we'll stop and, like, pick up a shorter series and come back later on. Because, like, if you factor in the first season of Prince of Tennis, and then, like, you know, the second season, like, the second series and all that, you start getting, like, you know, upwards of 200 episodes. Like, that's a little... Comfy day or nay? Definitely a comfy day. Let's go raid Akuma. For once, they're not actually doing art. They are playing a game. They're doing art, and then they decide to play Duck Detective, which is a nice, cute game. From what I've seen, I've been curious about it. So let's go say hello We're returning the raid from last time, so here is a raid message. So that is going to be it for me. I will see you guys on Tuesday for a new one just came out too. That's right. So yeah, I will see you guys on Tuesday. Schedule is up in the Discord. It's also up on social media, so feel free to take a peek. Sometimes I change things sporadically, but usually we stick to what's written. Pet Pep and Mogu for you, of course. And yes, if you make it, that's great. I'm glad I helped you guys get through work and all of that stuff. Alrighty. That's gonna be it for me. Time for me to feed the cats and also have late lunch / early dinner. I ate before stream, but now I'm starving. Too much reading. Burned all the calories. Alright. That's it for me. So, if it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. And if it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. Until next time, take care of yourself, wash your face, brush your teeth, eat good food, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.